corruption issues. So there is a learning curve that we are going through. What is important is that the government supports the development of the institution so it can accelerate very quickly on that learning curve and provide the resources so that they can move very quickly on the learning curve, and that the government does not intervene or interfere. And that message goes to the opposition as well. Leave the anti-corruption and policing agencies to do their jobs. I know why you come to me with that foolishness, you know. You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want the right start that stupid argument. Hold the people you elect accountable and stop making excuses for them.
Hello, welcome. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to everyone. Hope everyone has had a wonderful and productive week and looking forward to some rest on the weekend. Happy Friday to our silent supporters. Happy Friday to those in television land. Happy Friday to those in the chat. Thank you so much for your continued support. Really appreciate each and every one. Remember, guys, when you come in, thumbs up the live, share us out if you can. And if you're new to the channel, please show us some support by subscribing. That will be greatly appreciated. Tonight's topic, SSL, Bluedot Poll, and Whistleblower with your host, Mystic Sensation, Baron and Anne-Marie, Pinks Green. Pastor Ricky will also be joined by Melting Pot, and Isabel Rose might join us a little later. So guys, thank you again so much for tuning in. Let me just go ahead and welcome those in the chat. Dan Mel, Doreth, McCoy, Truck Life, Irene Linton, Beverly, Bloomy Coleman, Sonia Johnson, Douglas, Patel Cruikshank, Annie, Karen Brown, Sonia Johnson, Early Bless, Carla Ebanks. Special shout out to Falmouth Girl 2, one of our channel members, Lynette Jenkins, Beverly Edwards, Creative Minds, Cecile Phillips, Lorraine Taylor, Marie May, Barris White, Jennifer Davis, Paulette MacArthur, Merville Mackey, Carol Hewitt, Leighton Brown, Yvonne Johnson, Dahlia Clark, the Isaacs family, bless up yourself, Ludell Burns, Dorothy L., Pamela O'Cullough, Charmaine, Hedley Martin, Beverly Stewart, Carol Gale, UB Comrade, 1PNP, Sharon Barnes, Kevin Henry, SG, Laris Beckford, A. Johnson, Renice Nicholson, Wayne Evans. Bless up each and every one. Karen, welcome. I'm going to hand over to Baron so I can do a bit of housekeeping. So Baron, without any delay, over to you, and can ask Pastor Ricky to.
All right. Thank you for that, honey, for your wonderful organization. As always, we really appreciate that, right? For you to be in the thick of things and making our presentation so precise and concise. I want to say big thanks to all the persons who are continuing to support us, our subscribers, right? People in the TV land, right? Locally and in the diaspora. Of course, tonight we have a very much vibrant and critical thinking panel here with us, right? We have Pinks, right, here with us, Lady Pinks, and we have Pastor Ricky. Of course, we will be having ABR and Isabel Rose in the place later. All right. And of course, we're not going to waste any time because we want to get into the thick of things because we have so much. Tonight is going to be bombshell after bombshell. Trust me, it's going to be a tsunami unload. Let me say that. So we are not going to waste any time in terms of, just going to our panel, have our panel, right, just meet and greet, right, as usual. Pinks, go ahead, Ladies Pinks, in terms of meet and greet your people.
Okay, 1 sec. You're
Yes,
mute. Well, there you go.
Yes, go ahead.
I would like to say good night to everyone who's watching and everyone who's participating in the chat. Good night.
Thank you. Thanks for that brief introduction there. All right, we're gonna have Pastor Ricky just meet and greet, and then after the meet and greet, Pastor Ricky just take us through a word of prayer for Jamaica.
Yes. Good night again, Sir Byron, the certified investigator. Good night, Lady Anne Marie, the captain and the co-host, the lady behind the scenes. God bless you. Good night, Lady Pink. God bless you too. Good night,
Good
everyone.
night.
You know, the time has come and the incumbent is in trouble and they know it and they're panicking. And so they have resorted to deceptions and lies. Well, they've been doing that from day one, but they took it to a whole new level with all of these lies about crime down and poverty down. I mean, they just trying to paint a rosy picture that the reality and the truth of the matter, it's not the reality. Everybody know that. It's so incumbent is in trouble and they are running scared because time come. Let us pray. Amen. Father, we thank you. We honor you. We worship you in the beauty of holiness. We thank you that you are the creator of heaven and earth. We thank you, mighty God, for who you are to us. And because of who you are, we give you worship and praise. As we gather tonight to share, to, oh God, disseminate pertinent information that the average person that's watching might not be aware of. We thank you for this educational platform to empower, to equip men, women, boys, and girls, those in Jamaica, the diaspora, and even those might be watching in Africa somewhere. We never know. We thank you. Bless those that are in the chat, those that are dedicated, committed, and faithful. We thank you for the sacrifice that they have made week after week. And as we pray, mighty God, we pray for Lady Anne Marie that as she works behind the scenes, between the clips, between the documents, between the video evidence, continue to orchestrate her thoughts and her thinking. Let everything be done in decent and in order. We bind every interference with the computer, with the internet, every glitch. We plead the blood of Jesus and we pray, oh God, that tonight will be that night where revelation will be birthed, mighty God, and open the eyes of those who weren't actually seeing what's going on or knew what was going on. We thank you for her husband, Sir Byron. Breathe a fresh wind on him as he journey in Tuesdays and Fridays after work to prepare, to study, to go through. Mighty God, we thank you for his dedication, his loyalty, his faithfulness, his commitment to fight for Jamaica from the space of Canada. Bless him, bless his wife, bless their marriage, bless their children, bless their home, bless their health. Keep them in perfect health, we pray in Jesus' name. Amen. Bless Melton Pot and his wife as they join his family, his children. Bless Lady Anissa Bell Rose as she joined as well. Her daughter, her family. Continue to pour out your favors, pour out your grace, your mercy. Let your goodness chase after Melton Pot and his family. Let your mercies, your goodness, your grace chase after Lady Anissa Bell, aka ABR, and her family. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you for that wonderful prayer, as always, Pastor Ricky. Right. But let me speak to my Jamaican brothers and sisters who I love so much. Now, and I know that Brother Rattigan is supposed to be tuning in and listening to us right now. And before I go any further, I want to ask Brother Rattigan, because I know he's listening, as it relates to a particular project, right, that I'm going to point out. Brother Rattigan, I want you to file an ATI in terms of what I'm going to unveil tonight, right? Now, let me speak before I get into the details. Now, And once again, I want to say big thanks to Alfred Dawes, right, for opening can of worm that is going to have a domino effect. And why is it going to have a domino effect? Because of what we have seen as it relates to the procurement process pertaining to the MS-800 Midas drill, right? All right. Of course, we have wonderful ABR, right, in the space. Before I go any further, let me say this. People, for all those people who are here and they have not subscribed to ABR, right? Please, I'm asking you, just go over there and subscribe to ABR, because ABR, likewise Pinks, right? They are, right, the ladies that stand in the battlefield. And trust me, they are in front of the battlefield fighting. So let us pay the respect, right? And pay the honors as it relates to ABR, right? And Lady Spinks, right? Having said that, I'm just going to have ABR just meet and greet her people before we proceed, because tonight is going to be bombshell night, right? And you know, say anytime you see ABR over here, it's worries. Trust me. ABR, go ahead and meet and greet.
Our blessings, Sir Byron. Blessings to all the other panelists. Pastor Ricky Pinks, big up yourself. And to all ABR Massive, to the Mystic Sensation Massive. Everybody who is over here, the whole social media warrior Massive, big up on yourself. Thanks for joining the live. This is ABR News TV. Big up.
Thank you. Wonderful, 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 wonderful. All right. So let me just explain, just create a background before we go through our clips, right? Because what we are going to prove tonight, as I said, bombshell after bombshell, right? As a result of what Alfred Dawes has opened up to the world at large. And we have seen how the procurement process was manipulated as it relates to the MS-800 Midas drill, right? And if you consider in terms of using the most expensive figure, right, based on what, you know, the markup was, right, it's still egregious, right, outrageous as it relates to what they are doing with taxpayers' money, right? And so then let us put it that the MS-800 Midas grill, right, put it to the most expensive, right, of course, which will be, might be 5 million and a little bit, right? Now we have a $31 million markup. We have seen how Christopher Tufton wanted to justify, right, that sort of markup price to us, the taxpayers, right? Totally unfair, totally correct, right? And so as a result of that, what I have done, right, we start to look over many of the procurement processes, the government procurement, right, because we are seeing the similar pattern of behavior. There's a particular culture that extends throughout all government contracts, right, and where the procurement guidelines being breached, right, and manipulated by those who want to dabbling in nepotism, cronyism, right, and skullduggery. So we see the likes of course, Audrey Sewell placed in, right, a capacity to be the, you know, the permanent secretary, the cabinet secretary, right? And so then she definitely in charge of all the permanent secretaries throughout all the ministries, right? And you see the corruption spring from head and filter down. So this is where we are going. But tonight, without any hesitation, since I created the background, let me just go through in terms of what we are going to present, because tonight is very serious, people, very extremely serious. Now let us go to our first clip. Opposition give government 72 hours to rescind appointment. What a corruption, people. My God, mighty God. What a corruption. Andrew Holness is trying to find ways and means for someone to take him out of his conundrum. But let me say this to you, Andrew Holness. It is not going to happen. Point blank and period. Let us listen to this.
To our ultimatum. That's how long the opposition PNP is giving the government to rescind the appointment of Dennis Chung as Chief Technical Director of the Financial Investigations Division, FID. If not, there will be consequences. The opposition held a press conference today outlining their reasons Mr. Chung is unsuitable for the job.
We are giving this government 72 hours to rescind this appointment. And if they do not rescind it, there will be actions all over Jamaica.
The strident position of the opposition on the appointment of Dennis Chung as Chief Technical Director of the Financial Investigations Division, FID. Its main reason, Mr. Chung has made public comments about the Integrity Commission's report into the statutory declarations of Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness. The Integrity Commission insisted that it cannot certify the Prime Minister's assets, liabilities, and income unless the FID examines the matter. The FID investigates financial crimes. Since Mr. Chung commented on the issue and is now heading to the FID, the opposition claims there's bias.
He publicly sought to take a position that's led to the impression that there was nothing amiss, there's no case to answer, everything is above board. He clearly would have a conflict leading the FID to investigate this matter. And that is why we're saying he should resign that position if he's accepted it, or the appointment should be rescinded and revoked forthwith. That we feel that this appointment is itself a corrupt act because it's furthering what we believe is going to be an attempted cover-up of this matter.
Next reason, Mr. Chung's credentials. In announcing the appointment, the Finance Ministry said he is a certified public accountant and has bachelor's and master's degrees in accounting. Mr. Chung held several senior roles in his 35-year career, including financial controller and consultant. He has worked at Air Jamaica, Supreme Ventures, and more recently as General Secretary of the Jamaica Football Federation. Dennis Chung has also been a director at the Bank of Jamaica and other public and private institutions.
If we look at the history of individuals who have been charged to lead certainly the FID, you'll see persons who have extensive backgrounds in either law enforcement, financial crimes, anti-money laundering, etc. This is the first time that an individual, while having general accounting and management experience, would be leading the FID without specific investigative experience.
By comparison, Dennis Chung is a weak and unsuitable candidate for this post. And when you look at the January 2025 ad for this post, you will be surprised to see that it looks like a generic management or administrative post, rather than for someone who is a chief technical director in a financial investigative unit.
Take that away. All right. Let us just begin here, right, and set this clear. Now, obviously, if the Prime Minister wanted to have checks and balance and transparency, first and foremost, the Prime Minister would want to appoint a suitable candidate that has the experience, the knowledge, the capacity, and the range to do the job. That is one. Now, if the Prime Minister involved in all sorts of bangarang, the Prime Minister is in a conundrum, and the Prime Minister is searching for someone who can bail him out of the conundrum. then of course the Prime Minister is going to make a choice in choosing someone incompetent, right? Who doesn't have as much experience, right? To definitely go through the layers of corruption, particularly where money laundering is concerned. Dennis Chung has no experience whatsoever. Has no experience in criminal justice. Well, I have my bachelor's in criminal justice. He has no experience in criminal justice. He has no experience in law enforcement. Have no experience as it relates to the layers of money laundering. And so then him also admitted that he doesn't understand as it relates to why the Integrity Commission investigators, right, are looking on the sense where money moving through various accounts. Then look here, if Dennis Chung, let me talk to you, Dennis Chung. If you don't understand that, right, where you have millions of dollars, right, working itself through 3 of the Prime Minister companies and going through several bank accounts. If that doesn't smell like money laundering to you, you are telling us the reason. That is the reason why you are not supposed to be there.
But isn't he in accounting? So how he doesn't understand that?
Right? That is the reason why you are not supposed to be there. And as a matter of fact, you vent your biasness, right? Because if you have a preconceived notion that the Prime Minister has done nothing wrong, then that is where it's, and this is one of the reasons why you are to have law enforcement experience. And let me tell you why it is critical for you to have law enforcement experience. Number one, when you are dealing with a crime scene or any crime scene, the number one rule, you cannot have any form of preconceived notion. You have to do what? One of the first things you need to do is to protect the scene of the crime. Simple means that you are protecting and preserving the evidence within the perimeter of the crime scene. That is what, right, you are going to deal with in terms of supervising the crime scene. Then you are going to make sure you meticulously collect all the data that need to be collected. So you see the reason why law enforcement experience is critical as it relates to your position, sir, right? And you're supposed to know, follow the evidence, read into the evidence, connect the evidence as they are to be connected. That is the reason why you need law enforcement, right, background. But what we see the Prime Minister have done, the crooked Prime Minister had removed the requirement of you having the law enforcement background. The Prime Minister had removed it so that you can now fit into the position. So the Prime Minister lower the bar as it relates to the requirement to have you in, right? So you can rule, make judgment on the Prime Minister's behalf. No, Andrew Holness, it is not going to work. It is not going to work, and particularly some things that I'm going to reveal tonight, and we'll be rolling back the curtain on some issues. So let me just go, through the panel and just ask the panel as it relates to, their opinion on this situation. Pinks, you have been here, right? Let me ask you, right, based on what you have seen there, right, where the Prime Minister, right, lower the requirement bar, right, for Dennis Chung. Law enforcement is a critical component, right, to even understand how you protect and preserve the evidence, right, and to understand the layers of money laundering, and that seems to somewhat fly over, right, Dennis Chung head. What say you on the matter of things?
Okay. First of all, as an accountant, right? He's a licensed accountant.
Yes.
And if he misrepresent numbers as an accountant, he can lose his license to continue his profession as an accountant.
Yes.
Let me tell Dennis Chung that.
Exactly.
So if he intends to manipulate any numbers or any information that is fraud on behalf of the Prime Minister, but you see, that is the MO of the Prime Minister.
Exactly.
Let us go back in history a little bit. Petrojam HR manager, a qualified person, was fired to put a
Yes.
young lady in that same position who was not qualified for the position. The same thing happened with the DPP right now. She's over age. She's overripe.
Overripe.
And
Yeah.
you know what happens when fruits are overripe?
Exactly. You're going
All
to
right.
destroy it.
Thank you. And because her inclination and her leaning and her empathy is for the Prime Minister, she has stalled SSL investigation and she will not reveal to us the Kroll report. So she has been, they fought for her to be put back in her position. Because remember, this IC report that we got last year was not the first time the IC went after Andrew Holness. The IC went after him before this. And she put a pause on the investigation, right? What the PNP had to do was to remove her, and the months that she was not in there as a DPP, because remember, the PNP took the government to court and we had her removed from her
Yes.
position.
Yes.
And in the time that she was not in her position, the IC could continue their investigation and bring it to the forefront last year of what was happening with Andrew Holness and the 28 bank account.
Yes.
They went and appealed the case against for the DPP, put her back in the office, and what has she done as she went in? She put aside the SSL investigation.
Yes, you're correct.
Is Dennis Chung going to do the same thing as she?
That's Dennis Chung, Michelle.
Those
That's
are the questions. You understand me? But they keep forgetting this. They only have 3 months.
Exactly.
They only have 3 months to do whatever they want to do. And guess what, too? In 3 months' time, Dennis Chung will not have that position.
Exactly.
And the other point again is this. I am sure the IC have copies of all the files they sent to the FID.
All right. So any
So
manipulator?
then we have a copy. We have the information already. So Dennis Chung, if you want to be cellmates with Andrew Holness, go into that office and take up that appointment. All right?
All right. I love that. Right. ABR. Right. Let me just come over to you. And as it relates to the way how Andrew Holness played his hand, right? Putting someone who lacked experience there, then it just there's an alarm bell just sends off throughout the entire world. That, hey, over here, I'm guilty. So I'm just searching for someone, right? So that person can just bail me out of my conundrum, right? So, Avia, go ahead in terms of that.
But after all, he says that he's playing chess.
Yes.
And really and truly, to give someone an appointment or to give someone a post that they're not qualified for, I think it's safe to say that this is a Nyama food government. So they put people in place just to come and eat a food. And as Pink said, it's 3 months, and I hope that the people of Jamaica are seeing clearly what is going on. Because as you stated, the background or one of the main background of that post is for someone to have experience in law enforcement, and not just experience. I'm looking at a document that I received from one of my supporters. It's 12 years 12 years experience.
Yes.
And out of that 12, that person has to have 5 years as a senior, at a senior level.
Yes.
And so when you just take up a chartered accountant to put in a post, it's just showing us that, you know, you do the thing and you're trying to hide your hand and you're trying to put persons in place strategically to get you off the hook.
Yeah.
Because who or which head of our state would bring an anti-body into the court and to have the Illicit Enrichment Act, or want to have the Illicit Enrichment Act struck out of the law?
Crazy.
It just simply showing us that you're guilty of something, and the IC in referring him to the FID, where the FID has already dig even deeper. And when you're putting someone who is incompetent, someone who is politically aligned, who utters that and shows us that by his utterances and his speech, is a dead giveaway, and he's not fit for the position, and he should be removed. If he took up that post, he should, give it back or just tell him that no, I don't want it.
Yes. Wonderful, wonderful ABR. I mean, our ladies are chopping and cooking here on the panel. Now let us move to Pastor Ricky.
Amen.
What say you on the whole things that are unfolding here, right?
Yeah.
Where Dennis Chung is concerned. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, welcome, Lady ABR, and Issa, God bless you. We shouldn't be surprised. The Prime Minister has a pattern of putting people in the wrong position that they're not qualified for. When you look at a criminal national security minister who's a doctor, but yet he's leading a security ministry that under this government, the Prime Minister is a murder Prime Minister. He has over 12,000, almost 12,500 death, murder, homicide under his watch from 2016 to 2024 December. No other prime minister had so much murders in a two-term. None. Almost 13,000, 12,481. That's a sad, because they don't know how to fight crime. When you look at a hospital where you have a PR, a PR guru who is not a real medical doctor, but yet patients are dying, death mortality is up, infant mortality is up, childbirth mortality is up. I mean, people are dying in chairs in the waiting room. I mean, it shows you that the people that surround the Prime Minister, they're all incompetent, just like the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister might be a criminal and think he's getting away with stuff, but if you look at the evidence he leaves behind, the little dropses of crumbs that gives him away, he's not a smart criminal. And so when you look at Mala Fool, who says she's a lawyer, but yet she can't even revise a constitutional document that makes sense. I mean, we can go on and on. When you look at scrutinize all the agencies and the ministers that are over these agencies, none of them are qualified for the positions that they're in. So we shouldn't be surprised that the continuation of the Prime Minister mismanaging his leadership role in putting Dennis Chung. But here's why he put Dennis Chung. The IC report on the Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, the IC referred the Prime Minister financial crimes to FID and TAJ, Tax Administration of Jamaica. As we're currently speaking, the Prime Minister is under investigation. No doubt about that, because that's what the IC, they refer their case for further investigations. That's what it says in the IC report that was tabled. So he should not be running for Prime Minister. He should not be running for Member of Parliament. He's under investigation. And so what it is, FID is going to make a recommendation after they look at the findings of the IC and then refer it back to the Integrity Commission. That's what it says in the report, if we go back and read the report. So based upon FID's finding, the IC will determine if they should certify as statutory declarations. Now, at the time that refer was made, it was 3 years of uncertified declarations. March 31st this year, both Comrade Leader Mark Golan and the Prime Minister, who are the only two members of Parliament whose statutory declaration will be gazetted and published publicly, the summary of it published publicly. Everyone else is kept private. So what the Prime Minister realizes that he's carrying a huge burden. He cannot face the voters and go to the polls with the drum beating that he's having. He's going to have 4 years of uncertified statutory declaration. So what did he do in his criminal mind? Is it mensura? Is that the word, Sir Byron?
Mensura.
He conspire in his mind and his thought process that if I can put Chung in there to write back to the IC and say, I find no fault, no crimes done, so you need to certify him. Because that's what his strategy is. He wants to get a statutory. Remember, he took the IC to court, and out of the 28 remedies that he wanted the court to overturn, was one of them was to force the IC to certify his declarations. His statutory declarations is keeping him up. His uncertified statutory declarations they're all keeping him up at night. He's worried. He wants to get it certified so bad. But let me just submit this to Dennis Chung. The DPP had SSL case on her desk, and the reason why she could not move forward with this case, Dennis Chung, is because this SSL case has international implication and international backlash, because there was an international forensic auditor that went through the case and made recommended charges for those who they found unworthy or guilty in the SSL Ponzi scheme. What is similar to this case with the Prime Minister, the FID case, the IC, under their memorandum of understanding, refer the IC, the Prime Minister Financial Crimes, to an international auditor as well. And the auditor found a lot of irregularities and made refer back to the IC. So in both cases, the DPP knows she couldn't touch the SSL case, so she referred for May next year when she's leaving in September this year, because she don't want to touch it, because she knows she will implicate herself if she make the wrong decision, and she can go to prison. So Dennis Chung, you're going to implicate yourself if you touch this IC case, because international investigators or bodies or entities is already aware of all the criminalities. And last point, Sir Byron, Dennis Chung, let me just let you know this. The IC report identified that the Prime Minister was involved in money laundering. And in money laundering, it has to go through 3 phases, Dennis Chung, in case you don't know, because this is not your area of expertise. Number 1, placement is when they take dirty money, unlawful income, and put it in a financial institution to try to get it to wash. And then the second phase of money laundering, Dennis Chung, it's called layering. Layering is when they wash dirty money. How do they wash it, Dennis Chung? They place it in shell companies. They place it in different bank accounts. They place the dirty money in different friends and family names. And the last phase, Dennis Chung, of money laundering is integration. Integration is when they take, after they finish washing the dirty money, that's why it's called money laundering, Dennis Chung. When they finish wash it, they integrate back the dirty money into the economy by buying luxury items like cars, top-end luxury cars, mansions, buildings, apartment complexes, yachts, and private jets and casino. So when you look at the IC report, Dennis Chung, that's what the IC report was identifying with the Prime Minister. He was involved in money laundering. He was involved in tax evasion because he filed nil on 3 of his company when so much money, $473 million, passed to those 3 companies. He was involved in racketeering. He was involved in conspiracy to commit investment frauds with Beretta. Took out a $50 million loan, Dennis Chung, but proposed 3 collaterals that he didn't have at the time, which is a fraud. And then the last thing, Dennis Chung, you need to understand, he abused his power. He used the office of the prime minister to do all the things that he was doing. So Dennis Chung, if I was you, I would stay away from this case and tell him no thank you and go back to coaching football. Back over to you, Sir Byron.
All right, thank you for that. All right, just every point that you touched there, Pastor Ricky, right? They're solid points. But again, remember we have a thick program, right?
Okay.
To go through, and we want to go through everything, right? And we want for all the persons who are tuning in that we are able to give them all the information tonight. So I'm just saying that going forward, let us just limit our time span and just deal specifically with a particular item. All right?
All right.
Okay. Now, let us move to Donna Scott Motley to see what Donna Scott Motley has to say on that. Go ahead, Honey, as it relates to Donna Scott Motley. Let us see what she has to say on that. All right.
Investigation into the Prime Minister. The allegation of illicit enrichment is indeed the most consequential matter which has happened to us since independence. Never before in the history of Jamaica have we had a Prime Minister under investigation for corruption. And today, I simply want to say this. Where are the honorable men and women in our country? Where are those men and women on whom this country has conferred national honors? Where are professionals? Where's the private sector? Where are the church leaders? Because this will appear to you as though it is a narrow partisan political matter. It is not. It is about reaching for the very soul of our democracy. It is about the protection of our democratic institutions. Because when you corrupt an institution such as this, which as Julian and Peter have made clear, have an international reputation, when you do that, you are failing the nation and you are setting the tone for actions which undermine the institutions which must uphold our traditions and which must reflect who we are.
And now Jamaica, based on what Donna Motley said there, and I 100% agreed with Donna Motley, because, you know, in spite of what the Prime Minister has been doing, and it is so clear as it relates to corruption, we have seen a dead silence from the PSOJ. We have seen a dead silence from the umbrella group of churches. And I tell you this, Jamaica, if the shoes was on the other foot, if it was Mark Golding, believe you me, the PSOJ wouldn't stop. The umbrella group of churches wouldn't stop. But that goes to show the height of the hypocrisy. All right. Now, when I started the program, I said that as a result of what Dr. Dawes had done, right? Dr. Dawes has opened a thread for investigation for us to pull on. So let me tell you what we are doing now, people. As a result of the particular behavior pertaining to the procurement of this particular drill, we decided to not only look on this particular case. And so then we open our cranium in terms of recognize that there is a particular culture as it relates to Andrew Holness administration, where Andrew Holness administration manipulating the procurement procedures, right, of government contracts, and where Andrew Holness placed Arjun Stowell, the cabinet secretary, to definitely in charge of all the ministries' permanent secretaries. It was Arjun Stowell, right, who was in the Ministry of Education when Andrew Holness started, right, his corruption as it relates to the awarding of contracts to govern. It was Arjun Stowell who was the permanent secretary. Now, look at these people. Every area since Andrew Holness became the prime minister, Andrew Holness dragged Arjun Stowell through various ministries. I want Jamaica to go back and look. All those ministries that Arjun Stowell work in, all those ministries, the Auditor General has problem with them in terms of billions of dollars unaccounted for. Now, where am I going there? We have seen recently, right, where several guns, ammunition, right, bombs, right, pipe bombs, coming through our ports of entry. I am going to remind people something now, which is important. And Ratty, I know that Ratty is listening to me. Ratty, I want you to file an ATI and this that I'm going to speak about. Please, file this ATI because this one is big. I am going to show the Jamaican people that Andrew Holness weakened our port of entry system. Weaken it. Now, when we have 9/11, right, as it relates to the Twin Tower bombing, as a result of that, right, globally, interchange with training and certain things, we develop a particular skill set, right, to protect our airports. I am going to show the evidence where Andrew Holness and Nigel Clark removed them. These were the persons, these were the people who have the skill set to find the weapons, to find the drugs. People, this is not funny. Andrew Holness and Nigel Clark, I have the evidence that I'm going to reveal tonight. Move them from the ports, right? Make their position redundant. So then one would ask, if the government of Jamaica is serious in wanting to ensure that our ports are protected, secure, and safe, why would you make these people with this particular type of skill set redundant? Now, people, come with me. Let us get into the information for you. Now, let us look at this. Jamaica Gleaner, 2 billion scanning system for custom. And let me just explain this. Andrew Holness removed them under the pretext that he want to put in a new scanning system, right? And guess what? The new scanning system come at a cost to us, right, as it relates to the information, $2 billion. $2 billion. People, let us read. Now, this is something that I want Ratty to file an ATI on. Here it is, people, the evidence. 2 billion scanning system for customs. The Jamaica Customs Agency is procuring a 2 billion scanning system machine to be installed at the ports. We want to know who got this contract. And we want to know the internal billing process of this contract. According to the Chief Executive Officer of the Jamaica Customs Agency, Velma Ricketts Walker, the current system is at the end of its useful life. But speaking yesterday during an online forum titled Customs Meets the Diaspora, Ricketts Walker sought to assure the public that the system still works. The old system that you want to remove still works. That is what she's saying. Even though it is not sharpest 3D images, we are doing the best we can of it. And the system is just as good as the analyst behind it. Remember, this is what you said, Ricketts. You said the system is as good as the analyst behind it. So then, even if you put in a new system, and that new system costs us $2 million, let us say what you say, it is still going to be good as the analyst behind it. Now, the question that I want to ask, why the government made this skill set redundant? Let us read in people. In fact, she said the 14-year-old system was helpful in the detection of 20 firearms at the wharf in Kingston just 2 weeks ago. You hear that, people? The shipment comprised 4 rifles, 1 submachine gun, and 15 handguns. Now, Kingsley Henry, director of cargo imaging, told the Gleaner that preparations were in the train to engage a consultant, and the acquisition of the system should be complete in 24 months. At the same time, the custom boss said the agency is working with local and overseas law enforcement officials to keep contraband out of Jamaica. She also said the custom was looking to upgrade the entire landscape for security at the ports. We are working alongside the terminal operators as well as not to only ensure we have proper machines, but to ensure the CCTVs that are there work properly while we ensure that the physical security that is there gets the proper vetting service and put strict structures on them to abide, she said. So we want to know if, okay, nothing wrong in terms of updating our system to deal with modernization and deal with, better way of detecting. Yes, we all agree with that. But no, when we see what happened to the drill, we have to now go back in to try to understand the costing, the internal costing factor with these so-called equipment. But again, let me ask the question. Why did Andrew Holness and Nigel Clark make the particular skill set that were there? They are the one extremely professional, right? Training that capacity, right? To analyze all contrabands, right? All guns, right? That coming through the ports. But the Prime Minister and Nigel Clark made them redundant. Take that away. I am going to show you the evidence now. Let us look at this, people. Let us go to when this was done, right? The People's National Party spoke about this and said, no, it is crazy. You can't have that in terms of making these people job, redundant and leave our ports vulnerable because the custom officers, they are not training that capacity. We have seen now that Andrew Holness is putting Dennis Chung, right, in an area, right, where Dennis Chung has no experience. Now we have seen now where Andrew Holness, in this particular case that I'm presenting, right, putting the custom officers to do these people work and make them redundant. Let us get into the drama with this. Now, Jamaica Safeguard employees, let us get into that and show Jamaica people what is going on with Andrew Holness administration. We are asking, Mystic Sensation is asking, Andrew Holness, right? Is your administration really want to ensure that all gun shipment coming through our ports, right, stop? Do you want the drugs to be found? We realize that under your administration, the amount of drugs, the amount of guns, we have seen where planes came in below radar, land in Jamaica, right? And we have no answer that relates to what those aircrafts came in with. No investigation to tell us what is happening. But we see drugs coming in and we see this all over the place. Now, let us show Jamaica. We have to show Jamaica what you have done. And at the same time, you and Horace Chung coming out as if you are protecting our ports when you cripple our ports. Jamaica Safeguard employ amidst port management changes. Fix Jackson tells government. Let us get into this, people. Ratty, as I said, ATI for this, for me. Kingston, Jamaica, March 9, 2024. So, Ratty, I want you to listen good enough. The People's National Party is expressing deep concern over the potential impact on current employees amidst the government's decision to subsume the Port Management Security Limited, PSML, under the Customs Department. People want to understand what this government has done. The opposition has been alerted to actions indicating the termination of services of Port Management Security Limited, PMSL, a subsidiary entity of the Port Authority of Jamaica. Member of Parliament for South Catherine Fitz-Jackson highlighted that the PMSL was born out of a September 11 event in the United States and came into operation in 2005 as a non-conspicuous entity responsible for numerous interceptions of arms, illicit drugs, and other contrabands entering the country through our seaports. Andrew Holness, you handicap our port system by making this system redundant. The recent interception of 64 guns and nearly 1,000 rounds of ammunition underscores the crucial contribution of PMSL to national security. Let them know. The Member of Parliament said the decision to integrate PMSL services into the Jamaica Customs Department, with public applications being solicited, raises concern among its over 85-member team. There appears to be a lack of provision for current employees who have demonstrated exceptional dedication and effectiveness in their roles. The success in the intercepting illegal goods was not solely due to the collaboration with JCF and Jamaica Customs, but also owed greatly to the specialized skill set and professionalism of the PMSL team, said Jackson. The opposition emphasized the need for transparent and fair processes to safeguard the interests of PMSL employees. With many individuals having served for over 2 decades with impeccable records, it is imperative, extremely important, to explore options such as secondment, arrangement to incorporate them into the Jamaica Customs Department without compromising operational integrity. Andrew Holness, Nigel Clark, you know very well that to make them redundant, you are going to compromise operational integrity. So let me ask you, Andrew Holness, do you want the drugs and guns to be found? We have seen several guns found in the vicinity of where? West Kingston. We need to speak that. We have seen 320 pipe bombs found where? In the vicinity of West Kingston. So let me ask you, Andrew, in your government, under the JLP, we have seen Derek Smith listed in WikiLeaks. We have seen Horace Chung listed in WikiLeaks. What did they listed? What do they listed in WikiLeaks for? Gun transshipment. They listed in WikiLeaks for gun transshipment. So let me ask you, when you cripple the system like this and we see guns floating in, do you want to solve the gun situation and the drug situation in Jamaica? You need to answer this, Andrew Holness. Failing to consider the fate of these committed individuals would not only be unjust, but also detrimental to the nation's security effort. Let them know, Fitz-Jackson. Warn them, Fitz-Jackson. that this is the detriment of our ports of entry as it relates to Andrew Holness administration. What is it that you are doing? Fitzjackson MP urges the government to prioritize the welfare of PMSL employees and ensure that any restructuring measures are implemented with due consideration for those affected. Penalizing citizens for their effective service. People, look at it. The last line in this paragraph said, penalizing citizens for their effective service would undermine the integrity of our institution and erode public trust. We have seen that the Jamaica Labour Party administration is morally and ethically bankrupt. We have seen that they are attacking the Integrity Commission investigators, right? Wanting to say, right, that they are doing wrong as it relates to doing the right thing in investigating corruption. You want to make it seem like the Integrity Commission investigators have something personal against you, Andrew Holness. You want to make it seem that way, when indeed what you have, right, on your watch, Andrew Holness, you have $3 trillion unaccounted for. We have seen billions of guns and ammunition. We have seen bombs launched into the West Kingston area. And yet you are telling the people to give you a third term. Let me go to the panel because you know a bangarang tonight. Now, all right, let us change this around. We started with the two ladies. Let us switch it up a bit here. Pastor Ricky, let me begin with you based on what you have heard here as it relates to that particular skill set that was at the ports and the Jamaica Labour Party administration make them redundant. What say you on this mission?
Corruption to the highest level. You know, it doesn't matter what this prime minister do. Everything ships coming into the Caribbean plane has been tracked by the United States intelligence services. Jamaica is a drug, one of the major drug hub for trafficking illicit drugs into the United States from Central America. And so we see how so much the white powder comes into Jamaica from Central America and then is shipped out to the United States, Canada, and the UK. And then we see where so many of these drugs that they claim they bust, but they never tell you that it was tracked by US intelligence and satellite that tipped them off that this is coming to Jamaica. And then the next thing is we don't know how they dispose of it. You know, we don't know if they recycle it and send it back to the recipient, original recipient, but they said they made a bus so that the US can say, okay, they're doing their job. And the same thing for these guns and ammunition. So when the procurement process, I mean, it's this epicenter for embezzlement and kickbacks in terms of how they use the procurement process to not only give contracts to themselves and their cronies, but also to cut something off the top for themselves and overflate and, you know, the price and so forth. So with them doing this at the port of entry, it shows you that the prime minister doesn't care about the national security of the people of Jamaica. Last point, every government, every heads of state, every leader of a country, number one priority is supposed to be the security of the people, ensuring that the people's lives are safe. This prime minister has dropped the ball, and his government, and the national security minister, as you said, name is in WikiLeaks. He said that there's 200 guns coming into Jamaica, which is over a 1-year cycle. That's what, 2,400 guns. But yet we don't see nobody getting arrested. All these white powder coming into Jamaica, we never hear nobody getting arrested. So this is a criminal transnational or crime, white collar crime, and illicit drug trafficking, gun trafficking government that we have in Jamaica. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Short, spicy, and nice. All right, let's let me on. Let me just inform the listeners that as soon as Alfred does start to speak, right, I am going to tune in so that we all can see and hear what Alfred Dawes is saying. So people will be tuning live to hear what Alfred Dawes is saying. All right, we're going to tune in on that. Now, yes, ABR, based on what we unfold here, what say you on the matter there?
Okay, let me first say my respect to Lady Anne. When I just came on, she wasn't in her seat, so I just want to greet her tonight. And then for this weakening of our port, it's safe to say that it's a pattern for the Prime Minister to basically water down every independent body that should hold them accountable. We've seen them doing it with the political ombudsman. We've seen them trying to do it with the IC. And they're coming against the bodies or persons who are competent to hold them accountable and are competent and out there doing the job. And as Pastor Ricky says, if you cannot protect our ports, how will they protect the people? And so to come now in the eve of an election to say crime is down when you're just comparing crime based on last year to this year, you know, it's just applied to use as a campaign strategy. But what have they been doing to protect the citizens of our country? They are not protecting our ports. They remove people who are competent for the job and basically made it redundant. So they don't want nobody there to see what is happening there. And then we have a Minister of National Security who it's alleged that he leads a gang down there in the same constituency that he is the MP for. And so do they really want to, you know, protect the nation? Do they really want to protect our people? That's the question.
And those are big questions, right? And that is the very same thing that we are saying. Sister Pinks, based on what you have seen there as it relates to, you know, how the government, right, as it relates to that particular skill set that they made redundant. What say you on the matter, Pinks? Oh, we have lost Pinks there. All right, okay. So then let us roll the dice until Pinks get back in. I think she's experiencing some technical difficulty there. All right, so let us go across to nationwide as it relates to the largest gun fine, and this is what we are talking about, right? We want to know, because definitely based on what we have seen there and what we have gone through with those clips, we realize that this administration, right, have no mission in strengthening our ports of entry. And since Pinks is going to coming back into the space, let me just give her the chance. All right, you know what? Let us just, okay. All right, Pinks, you're back in the space.
Sorry. I was trying to touch the mute button and I touched another button. I think I went on the wrong thing. Sorry about that. But anyway, concerning the jobs first, let's go back in history a little bit when Siaga was making senior teachers redundant, along with firemen redundant from their position, and that is why we have a very slack educational system in Jamaica right now, because the older teachers, because my mother was a young teacher at the time, and she was mentored by an elder teacher in the system, and that elder teacher was made redundant after many years of giving her service as a teacher. Now, that example is another example of how they remove competent people from any system they want to make it weak, and as my sister said, watered down. Now, let's go back to the security of our borders. Do you remember the ship that Andrew said he paid how much money for they called it nanny, and they had a big ribbon cutting and big ceremony. Say it's supposed to secure our borders. It has all the equipment, right?
Yes.
When it was bought, I asked this question because I live here and I know the culture of my country and the labor rights, and I asked this question: was this ship acquired to keep out or to direct? And we have seen 3 planes crash landed. No crew, no cargo. We see a container of chicken somewhere, right? We see exotic animals coming in. Animals coming in. That does not belong to our ecosystem. All right? We still have not found the cat,
My goodness.
The ocelot is still not being found. That got away. The monkeys they got, and the other animals they got, but the ocelot got away. Right?
Yes.
So use it as an example to say, if they cannot keep our borders secure, what's the sense of they talking about crime?
Exactly.
Because that last shipment of guns, to my understanding, the wharf that it was found was in West Kingston again. The pipe bombs were found in West Kingston again.
Yeah.
And when you go back into and check the history of making pipe bombs, one of the ingredients is fertilizer. And can we give account for the free fertilizer that we got from that country?
Here you go.
You understand me? We found so many dynamites in another JLP held person's constituency again.
Exactly.
And when you look at them, the whole track record, and to my understanding, these guns, as Pastor Ricky said, were tracked here from overseas. And I know that, and we all know that, nobody in the ghetto has that connections to put that amount of guns on a container or arrange such a large shipment to reach Jamaica. It's the people who live at Beverly Hills, Jacks Hill, Iron Shore, Coral Gardens who are involved in this.
There you go.
It's not flanker people, it's not Norwood people, but at the end of the day, when these guns are found in the hands of young men, it's for the people who are living in Tivoli Gardens, Flankers, Norwood, Rose Heights, and etc. You understand what I'm saying to you?
Well, of course.
Whenever the police does a raid, it's always in Flankers, Norwood, Tivoli Gardens, and those areas where people who I don't know how they can afford a gun, but you can't afford a meal's dinner. A meal.
All right.
You understand me? Because most of those gunmen cannot afford a night's dinner, but yet they have a gun and with bullets.
Yes.
So let us try and find the suppliers, focus on the suppliers and the importers when we get into government to try and solve this crime issue.
Thank you.
I yield the floor.
Thank you, Pinks. And let me just get up, just take over the baton from Pinks where Pinks left off there, right, as it relates to, these guns and ammunition, right, bombs, right, and the area where, these weapons being found. Now, so just let us get into some of the report briefly as it relates to the guns and bombs that found in these, in that particular constituency, which is Desmond Mackenzie constituency. Let me speak this, and I want Jamaica to listen to me keenly.
And remember his threats from the stage when he.
Yes. we have heard some narratives,
Mm-hmm.
right? Political rhetorics that coming out of the mouth of Desmond McKenzie. One of which I'm going to speak about when he said that under no circumstances he's going to surrender Jamaica under the People's National Party. Think of what Desmond McKenzie said. People, think of what Desmond McKenzie said. Because we are critical thinkers, you know. And think as it relates to the sort of weapons being found in Desmond McKenzie area. What is the plan, Desmond McKenzie? Is to go down the road of political violence as it relates to 1980. We are warning you. We know that you have people, we have seen JP vloggers and TikTok saying that they're willing and ready to come to Jamaica to fire guns for the Jamaica Labour Party. So where are we going with this? Let me tell you something, Jamaica. Let me talk to Jamaican people before I play these clips. Jamaican youths, be smart. When Andrew Holness and his criminal network during the COVID period were making a lot of money as it relates to nepotism and cronyism, did they call you and give you any? I want to ask you, since you're preparing, right, and say all the foolishness you want to say, right, going down the road of political violence, did they involve you when they are getting all the wealth, scoping all the wealth for themselves and leave you out? Let me tell you something, Jamaican youths. It is your parents, it's your family, your brothers and sisters have to go to the supermarket, have to go to the market. They are feeling the inflation of the result of what Andrew Holness had done with the level of corruption. Andrew Holness free is what put Jamaica in this economic dish. And then what you're going to do? You're going to fire a gun for the Jamaica Labour Party? No to violence. We are not looking forward to that. So we are calling them out because we see that the red flags is saying that the Jamaica Labour Party is looking down this road. Now, let us get into the reason why we say it. No, nationwide, largest gun seizure. Let us show the people why we are making this comment and we are putting it out there, giving our people warning. And I am warning the Jamaica Labour Party. Let us have a peaceful general election. Here it is, people. Largest gun seizure in Jamaica. Right? Is that coming in? All right. Before we get into that, is that Christopher Dawes?
Yeah, look like him. Remove the flag. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Christopher Dawes will speak. Let us tune in into that, people. Let us tune in to Christopher Dawes, and then we get back on schedule.
Comrades.
Yes. Yeah,
comrades. Tonight is not a regular night for speeches. Tonight is where we invite all of Jamaicans to join us in Southeast for a revolution. A revolution against corruption that is just costing us poor health care in Jamaica, poor roads, poor governance. And it is symbolized by one drill. And tonight, comrades, I made it, I didn't get served. I have no gaga, that's why I will speak freely tonight. Praise the Lord!
Amen.
There's a time for peace and a time for war, and today we declare war on corruption in Jamaica.
Amen.
And I want everyone who is watching online to understand that Southeast is fully behind me. And the PNP as we fight for the rights of Jamaicans. Comrades, when we started to talk about this drill that we know could have been bought for $3 million, but was bought for $31 million, a lot of people said that we're making much ado about nothing, that there's nothing to see here. But comrades, the more we probe and the more they release the information we've been asking for months, the more we realize that this is a massive waste of taxpayer dollars and something not right. It not look good. It not feel good. And it not smell good. So comrades, let me explain something to you. In the lawsuit, they released the customs records to say that they imported the drilling parts. Now remember, initially, we had said that we found 2 drills that were declared for $250,000. And we asked the question, are these the drills that were sold to Bustamante for $31 million? And they sued me. Well, comrades, when they released the records, we see we got all of the customs entry and all of the invoices that showed they paid, based on what they declared, $12.7 million for all of the components of the drill. That cost taxpayers $31 million. That is their figures that they declared to customs. How can you claim to pay $1.6 million for something and sell it back for $4 million? How can you claim to pay $1.9 million and sell it back for $3.9 million? And you say that you got the best value for money because you have 100 parts. Comrades, look at what they declared. $12.7 million versus $31 million. Not even the chop of them make so much money. But if you think that is bad, what my pot set there? Bring my pot set, come. Hold up the pot set for me. Comrades, when we went to look online for all of these parts in the invoices, hold on the rest. When we looked online for every individual parts that they said it had 100 parts, every distributor said to us, "You're a madman. Why you want to buy them individually when they come as a set?" So Sarah, the Southeast Regional Health Authority, decide that all up the pot again. Instead of buying the pot set for $3 million, they said, pull up the box and sell me every pot, every spoon, every pot cover. Sell it to me until it reached $31 million.
Separately. Wow.
What can go so? Comrades, they think that when they would put 100 parts with a bunch of fancy numbers, we would not check it. They put so many parts, so many disposables. It's like you go and say, all right, sell me a car. And a man say, all right, I'm going to sell you an engine. I'm going to sell you 4-door. And since you're going to need to change tire, I'm going to sell you 20 tire. That is what they did. And somehow, it's fishy that they pad that bill till it reached just under what Sarah said it would cost. Sarah said it would cost $32 million and the bill reached $31.5 million. It not look good. It not sound good. It not smell good. But comrades, if you think that bad, If you think that bad, and they say that you're getting value for money, the same company sold that drill similar to the one at Bustamante. The same $31 million drill they sold to the University Hospital of the West Indies that can do similar functions, and they sold that same $31 million drill, similar drill. Now be careful because I'm going to sue me again. The $31 million drill can do the same function as the drill that was sold to the University Hospital at a cost of $15 million.
My God, man.
You know what I'm done because there's more, you know.
That coming like a major head injury.
Because wickedness can't done, you know.
No, sir.
I came here, say I'm going to talk quiet. But me grieve because poor people deserve a break. We deserve to stop sleep on bench. To stop get prescription for go buy medication on road. For people have stroke and have to wait 3 days for a CT scan because the hospital them must spend money on $31 million and something that can be bought for $3 million. With all of the stats going on. But wait, there's more.
Here. What the backside is?
When we went back, remember, you know, when we said we saw something come in as refurbished for $250,000. The company released an invoice to say it was a repair, and the repair cost $250,000. So is me fool and jumpy, and I'm misleading the public. And I see some reporters from one of them radio stations that we can't call them name, because them love shoot up all car and say a PNP do it.
All right. Now, a couple things, my brother. Hey, are you there?
That name shall not be mentioned. They had a lot to say. No, my lawyers will be reaching out to them. When the company released their invoice to say that it was a repair drill, the invoice number for the repair drill was not in the customs database. There was another number, the same number, but it said refurbish. So one invoice say repair, one invoice say refurbish, but it's the same item them say. So, hold on, when I say my lawyer say, it appears to seem, allegedly, that one of those invoices may or may not be real. And somebody would have made up those invoices.
Huh?
Now, one of the invoices have the date in the American format, and one of the invoices have the date in the Jamaican format.
Big up, Ratiga.
Now, is the company making up invoices in the Jamaican format when them selling to Jamaica? We have to ask the questions. But it gets worse.
Oh, Jesus.
Remember, we said that the invoice is submitted for customs for each individual part, which every distributor we ask, say, why you try them piece when they come as a set? Why you don't buy the set instead of piece? The invoices for each one of the pieces have the date in the Jamaican format. So it make you have to wonder. We cannot say that. You try to get me so again. Where they man there? Me and they man have lawsuit for go fight, you know. So we have some invoices. We know at least one out of the 2 invoices for the refurbished drill. And we have to ask the question, because a lot of people who they don't want to hear what we have to say, they believe the company that is a repair drill, but the customs form says it's a refurbished drill. We know that one of those 2 invoices wrong.
Yeah.
So we don't know, and we have to assume, and we have to guess that maybe somebody is messing around with invoices, and it warrants further interrogation by MOCA. Because if it appears, it seems, allegedly, that this is what's happening, it's customs fraud.
Yeah, fraud.
But wait, there is more. When we looked at all of the invoices that they submitted to customs under the name of Ministry of Health to clear everything duty-free, and I want you to remember this, all of these items that they claim they bring in, that they paid $12 million for, came in duty-free because it came in under Ministry of Health. So they never paid any duty at all.
My God.
However, one of the invoices that we found that they brought in duty-free under Ministry of Health to supply to Bustamante Hospital, when it came in duty-free, it was never supplied to Bustamante Hospital.
Wow. Private doctor get it.
So maybe they made a mistake and left it off of this list. Or maybe something else happened.
My God.
However, if it is as it appears, and one might allege that they are bringing in things under the Ministry of Health and not handing it over to the Ministry of Health, but reselling it for profit on the private market, that may trigger an investigation again.
Yes, sir.
And it makes us start to wonder if they may possibly doing this as it appears allegedly with the Ministry of Health. Could they be doing this with any other entities that they have a similar relationship to bring things in duty free? And that entity that they have that relationship with is the University Hospital of the West Indies. So the Auditor General is currently doing an investigation at the University Hospital. And I am asking the Auditor General tonight to look into whether or not there are any companies that are bringing in things duty-free under the University Hospital of the West Indies that they do not hand over to the University Hospital of the West Indies, that may find themselves into a private dealer's hands. And that may again trigger an investigation. Comrades, what I have said tonight, when you dig and you dig and you can't believe what you're seeing, you understand that this is not about politics anymore.
Corruption.
Any labor rights listening, there are people who have hijacked your party for their own selfish gains. And you cannot defend them just because you're a show. If you are an independent Jamaican, you cannot sit by and allow this rape of our country to continue. Allegedly. Boy, I'm a liar. I'm going to kill me tonight. You know? How much time I say allegedly? Comrades, the time come.
No, sir.
We have reached a tipping point. When you look on social media, when you walk in the streets, when you listen to people talk, people are crying out for change.
Yes.
Because we can't take it no more. It's one set of people getting prosperity and they're getting it at the expense of everybody else.
And they're defending them.
And you cannot tell me that the current Prime Minister can call in the Ministry of Health people and talk to them about corruption when he has 28 bank accounts and his declarations have not been certified. He has no moral authority to do so.
Amen.
And the only way we can move forward as a country is if we have a change in leadership.
Amen.
And 1000% more than the markup of some of them things here. I have confidence that Mark Jefferson Golden is the man to lead Jamaica out of this. And I say this to you, they will come at me in Southeast. They will throw more money than you have ever seen before. They will come with more promises that you have ever seen before. But I want you to remember that we are doing this for a cause.
Amen.
And the cause is that we must stop corruption. And by the grace of God and the blessings of Mark Golden, I will be the Minister of Health. And I will do my part. I will do my part to root out the corruption in the Ministry of Health and to ensure that the dollars that go toward healthcare goes towards providing healthcare rather than fattening a bunch of people because them said them a shower labor. Comrades, my pledge to you and Jamaica is to turn the Ministry of Wealth and Wellness into the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Because that is what is happening now. And this is why I humbly ask for your support. I submit myself to you because if we do not win this seat, we cannot form the government and we cannot move Jamaica back on the right path. So the future of Jamaica rests in your hands because this is a must-win seat for us to form the government. Do not let anyone take away that shine off of you. Do not let anyone make it seem as if your decision on the day to work, to bring out the votes, is nothing less than part of a movement, part of a cause that is greater than all of us. That's because we are fighting not just to regain Southeast, we're fighting to regain the soul of Jamaica.
Yes, sir.
So comrades, I want you to work with me, work with Mark Golden, work with each other and unify and let us take back Jamaica House.
Yes, sir.
The word, my comrades, is love.
Listen.
The whole of Broadmoor and the whole of St. James. Remember me when we're gone, we live forever. Salzburg, we not going under. So you get your money locked.
All right. Mighty God. Daniel.
Not to remember what I do a while ago.
Mighty God of Daniel, Father Abraham.
Is Mark Golden gonna speak?
No, let me say this.
Let me check.
She's checking that on the phone, right? If we have to go there when the comrade leader is speaking, we'll be going there. But let us speak on this in terms of what we have just listened to.
Okay.
Now, knowing to the fact that our healthcare system is in the condition that it is in, this is my concern. People are suffering, right? We have a level 3 advisory issue against us. Limited beds, limited MRI machines. And so then our healthcare is falling into the abyss. Now, let us ask this question. A government will seek in third term and claim that he cares, and for Christopher Tufton, the angel of death, because he is, knowing to the fact that we need all the medical assistance that we can get. And instead of them assist us in giving us that, they are making sure that they cripple us. Mighty God, I tell you something, I feel like right tonight. Honestly, to know the wickedness of the Jamaica Labour Party, to put money in their pockets, the Jamaican people can suffer, to build them up, putting on the pressure. They're oh my goodness, their knees are in our necks. They're squeezing it. And the audacity of the Jamaica Labour Party, Andrew Holness going around telling people lies about the economy is good and talking about this level of wickedness. Trust me, cannot be measured. This particular level of wickedness cannot be measured. And let me say, I am going to extend myself as it relates to what Dr. Dar just said. Because me too, when we look on the documents, we are looking on custom frauds. We are looking on custom fraud.
Yeah.
No two-way about that, and that is serious. That is serious. The manipulation of invoices. Now let's look at what Dr. Dar said.
Mr. Golden is talking.
Okay. Mr. Golden is talking. Let us switch to the comrade leader because we want to hear every word what the comrade leader is saying, you know. You understand? We don't waste no time. We want all of the message. Let us go to the comrade leader.
Comrade councillors, comrade MPs, comrade workers and warriors, here from the great constituency of Southeast St. Catherine and other constituencies in Portmore and beyond. Comrade MP in waiting, Comrade Alfred Dawes. Wonders. Comrades, we've been on the road this afternoon, touring the constituency with the candidate Dr. Dawes and the councillors. And I must tell you, I feel comfortable with the vibes out there. I feel the energy. I feel the PNP love. I feel the readiness to take back this thing. And I feel good. Comrades, when I brought Dr. Dawes to you, I knew I was bringing to you a man of quality. A man who would represent you well. A man who could serve at the highest level. And a man who I want to be part of the PNP team when we form government. Healthcare. Healthcare is a critical issue in the country.
Yes.
We have seen, when them say 55% of the population of Jamaica, 55%, more than half, are suffering from moderate to severe food insecurity. That means they're not eating enough food or they're not eating the proper food. And when that happens to so many people, you have an epidemic of hypertension, diabetes, stroke, cancer, and all of those things. We need a Minister of Health who's not a profiler. A Minister of Health whose expertise is not PR, but somebody who understands health, and somebody who understands the health system, and somebody who can bring the necessary policies, programs, and action to fix the problems that the people are suffering from in the healthcare system. And Dr. Dawes is that man. And I'm proud of him because when he uncovered the drill scandal and they've tried to muzzle him, 2 lawsuits against him, he hasn't given up the fight. Not all. He has tonight provided more information showing how much shenanigans is going on in the way this thing is being run and how deep this goes in the system of procurement in Jamaica. And comrades, it is a wickedness when a drill that should cost $3 to $4 million is paid for a price of $31.5 million by the government.
My God.
To fatten those who are already fat.
My God.
When you have hospitals with no CAT scan, when you can't get certain basic medical materials if you're sick, if you need certain diagnostic tests, the equipment is not there or it's not in repair. So you have to go to a private source and pay a whole heap of money we don't have. The public health system is being undermined by corruption.
Yes.
Have you look at Cornwall Regional Hospital, which are now can't fix 7 years after the project started. It was a $2 billion project. It's now gone up well over $21 billion and can't finish. And they're cutting ribbon to open an office when the hospital is closed.
Madness.
My God.
And comrades, we all know about the Prime Minister's problems. That his Integrity Commission declarations from 2021 onwards can't be certified. That he's under investigation for the corruption offense of illicit enrichment. The 28 bank accounts that were either in his name or his company's names. The $470 million of transactions passing through those accounts unexplained. Those companies showing a nil tax return for income when those massive transactions are happening. When Positive Jamaica Foundation, supposed to be a non-profit, receiving donations from Jamaica and internationally for worthy causes. Those resources ending up being used to purchase financial investments for his personal company, for his benefit.
My God.
And because not all the information that they were requesting was being provided by him, the Integrity Commission said, this needs further investigation by the FID, the Financial Investigations Division. And who have they appointed to head that agency? A man who has already come on public radio and looked at the Integrity Commission report and said there's nothing wrong with anything that the Prime Minister has done. That is who they're putting in there to be in charge of the investigation of the Prime Minister. And the requirements for the job, published late last year, required years of experience in law enforcement and financial crimes. And they took out those requirements subsequently so that it would fit a man like him who don't meet those requirements. And that is what is going on in this country, so that the Prime Minister can have this cloud removed from him. Not because he's not guilty of what the report has been saying, but because they're setting the system in that way. And it can't work, comrades.
Amen.
It can't work.
Yes,
if
sir.
Jamaica lets that happen, Jamaica done.
True.
And we can't let it happen.
No.
Comrades, apart from all these issues of corruption, of the lack of ethics in government, the soul of our democracy being undermined, there's so many other problems which people are facing. We should be talking about the problems of the cost of living, how hard it is to make ends meet.
Yes.
The education system. So many of our children end up leaving school with nothing to show for it. Over 30% of our children leaving primary school can't read and write, can't do arithmetic even. These are the things that we have to deal with. Comrades, we have plans and programs for dealing with those fundamental challenges. The issue of housing in the country. Affordable housing not being built for the people. Holy per house a bill, uptown. Millions and millions of dollars for them. But ordinary Jamaican people can't afford that.
True.
So they either have to live with their parents or they have to rent for the rest of their life. We are going to build 50,000 affordable houses in the first 5 years of the PNP office. When we're in office. And we're going to use public lands because the National Housing Trust has been stripped of resources by this government. We're going to make public lands available to the National Housing Trust to build those houses. And we're not going to charge the people the value of the land in the house price to keep it down so it's more affordable. And we have many plans for the people. We have our rent to own, where if you're juggling and you make your money, but you don't have a pay slip every month to prove income and you can't qualify for an NHT mortgage, we let you go into possession of the house as a tenant and pay rent for 6 months or so. And as long as you're making those payments, we'll say, yes, you would be able to service the mortgage. You qualify for the mortgage. You can turn from a tenant and become an owner of the house and step up the ladder towards a better life for yourself and your family. We have the First in Family program. Any family where the youth who is qualified for university or college is the first person from that family to attend University of College will get a full scholarship from the PNP government. Because we know that that youth, when they get that degree, will help that family move forward out of poverty, and that will stop poverty from going from one generation to the next, because the PNP is about empowering and improving lives of the people. And comrades, we have the plan that will enable young people up to 35 years old who can't afford to buy a house because they can't save for the deposit, can manage the deposit. We will create a fund within the National Housing Trust of $1 billion per year, so a young person can get a grant to cover the deposit and they can draw down the mortgage and buy the house. Because we want to uplift and let our young professionals step up into the ownership ladder. Comrades, we have many plans for the people. And but in order for us to get to roll out those plans, all of us here have work to do. We have to ensure that when them come with them propaganda and lies, and when them come with them dirty money, we're not going to be distracted. We're not going to be knocked off of our path to victory. We're going to stick with the People's National Party. We're going to stick with our candidate, Dr. Alfred Dawes, and we're going to ensure that this constituency of Southeast St. Catherine is victorious for the PNP in the next election. And Alfred Dawes is there with me, going to Garden House as we form the next government. Comrades, I've been around this constituency today, and I feel good about what I'm seeing. The vibe of victory is in the air for the PNP. We must just be steadfast and resolute in our mission and just stick to what we are doing. Put in the necessary work. Make sure that we complete our canvas. Make sure that we know where the PNP voters are. On election day, make sure we go out and they will vote for us. And when that happens, comrades, we will deliver what we are looking for, and the victory will be ours. So I have one question to ask you. Comrades, are you ready for Dr. Alfred Dawes? Are you ready for the People's National Party? Are you ready for Ayman Marky G as the next Prime Minister of the country?
Yes, sir. There you go.
Comrades, you sound like you're ready. You look like you're ready. You feel like you're ready. And so all I can say is power to the people.
Yeah, well, this is me, the man representing for Mark Golden, aka Marky G. Yeah, them
the people. One love, comrades. God bless you all. I think we have something to do here now, Alfred.
Bad like we. Now them know we. Them just see we. Yeah, man, on TV. Zaga, Z. Marky G, and know you a champion. Everybody wave on the right hand. Put up your fist. Hey, Marky G with them. What's none of them not like me. See them all hype up, but that still not spite me. Rolling up, cut and cut through because I love in a yard. But none of them can. Hey, Marky G with them. What's none of them not like me. So me have a son of the place with all my life. Let them know how we buy the things that we not listen now the phone. But none of them can.
Make we sweep with the teeth in crime. Make we sweep with the false promise. Yo, Bunting, get your push broom. Peter Phillips, get a broom. Yo, Julian, get a broom. Mark, everybody, sweep. Bunting, sweep. Peter, sweep. Julian, sweep. Mark, sweep. Peter Phillips, sweep. Angela, sweep. Ian, sweep. Paulwell, sweep. Hassan, sweep. Lucas, sweep.
Comrades, it's been a fabulous evening.
All right, let me take it away and get back to the program quick and fast. I tell you something, I feel so elated.
Yeah.
Now, one of the things as it relates to what the comrade leader said, rent to own is a big thing for me.
Game changer, yeah.
Giving the opportunity for those, right, who have been paid into the NHT for years.
Mm-hmm.
And not getting the opportunity. But Mark Golden is my Ibrahim Shareri in Jamaica.
Yes.
In breaking the back of the colonial power, in breaking neocolonialism, Mark Golden hoping ownership, the possibility of Jamaican people who have long been paying into NHT and not been getting the benefit. Now, I am telling you, it's glory, it's a blessing to you that the People's National Party is now providing the ability where now you can rent to own. What say you, Sister ABR? Let me start with you.
It's a splendid plan proposal from the People's National Party, and it's nothing new for the People's National Party with this plan that Mark Golden has basically brought back. Remember the Operation Pride?
Yes.
That under this government they had stopped it, and it gives the young people the opportunity when they say that they will have built 50,000 houses. And we see Mark Golden's track record. He walks the walk and he talks the talk.
Yes.
And so we have that confidence in him that he will deliver. You know, they're looking out also for the civil servants. This government has strayed away from the mandate of NHT, they fought Portia Simpson Miller when she opted to take the 11.4 billion for a 4-year period to,
yes,
help with the budget to build back the economy that they mash up. And so when you look at him using it 9 years straight.
Oh my God.
10 years, we should say, because it's in this budget that they read since March.
You're right.
Right? It's a travesty, man.
Travesty.
He was against it, and remember, Portia Simpson Miller wanted to use it to help with our economy. And when we look at what he's doing now, they're building houses. They have not even built half of what they said, those 70,000 houses that they proposed to the people. They don't even build half of that, and been constantly taking money from the NHT to fund the budget, and they still having massive shortfall of billions and billions of dollars. This government needs to go, and the web of corruption. Before you play the Mark Golden speech, you were asking us, what we thought of what Dr. Alfred Dawes had discovered.
Yes.
And trust and believe the corruption is rife under this government. It's wicked.
Yeah.
Wicked.
Yes.
That's my 2 cents. Wicked.
I mean, your 2 cents coming like a dollar though. All right.
Okay.
All right. Okay. All right. Let us crisscross a bit, mix it up, that everyone can get them equal chance and them input. First, we start with the 2 ladies. Then we start with Pinks. Then we start with Anessa. Now let us go across Pastor Ricky and come back to Pinks. Pastor Ricky, go ahead.
Yeah. Anybody that says the 2 parties are the same is an idiot. And with no apology. There's no way you can see. No, I'm serious, man. I'm a truth teller. That's why I'm a preacher. I don't sugarcoat nothing.
Yes.
You can't see so much level of corruption under this Jamaica Labour Party and still say the 2 parties of them are the same. You're mad. The 2 parties are not the same.
Mm-hmm.
This new PMP, People's National Party, under the leadership of Comrade Leader Mark Golden, the president of the People's National Party, is totally different from any People's National Party government in the past. No disrespect to past leadership.
True.
But the level of the people that are qualified goes back to the first couple of clips we were talking about, Sir Byron. He has chosen people that are qualified for the position that they intended to inherit when he formed the next government. Anybody that's on the fence and says that me nah vote because me nah see no difference, you are a traitor to Jamaica, and with no apology. Because if the Jamaica Labour Party was supposed to ever win, God forbid, but hypothetically, the level of corruption would have turned up another notch. And I think when I see nothing yet, thank God for Mark Goldie that God is positioning him for such a time as this. He's like a Moses. You say Chaweri in Burkina Faso. He's a modern day Moses that's gonna deliver Jamaica from all of the level of crony. I mean, Sir Byron, Lady Anne-Marie, Lady Pinks, Lady Anessa, when you think about them get the things, medical equipment duty free under the Ministry of Health.
Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
And them sell it back for a price 5-6 times more than them buy it for.
My gosh. Mm.
I mean, them people need to go prison. Hey, a long time we said them are criminal and people say, hold it
But hold on, Pastor Ricky. Let me help your argument. We never know this until tonight, you know, that they got it duty free now.
True.
This we saw it on the FedEx invoice. It has been billed to taxpayers.
Right.
They paid 91,000.
So fabricated in.
So this is definitely fraud, you know.
I mean, why you have to set Ratic, big up yourself. Why you have to say tomorrow about this thing? But and Father Lord, so big up yourself. Why you have to say a morning about this? But last point, Christopher Tufton need to resign immediately. The Prime Minister need to resign immediately because the buck stopped with the leader of the party. And if this are going in health ministry, imagine what going in a labor, agriculture. I mean, imagine what going in all of the ministry them in the government. This is why a forensic audit have to be done. And anybody said the two party them are the same need for run well.
Run well.
Open yourself from out of this. Especially those of us in the space. You can't talk about corruption, and still I said the two party them are the same. You're mad.
Mm-hmm.
Well, blessings, Pastor Ricky, may take you up with that. You understand? And we have anyone, and let us reinforce that, Pastor, claiming that both parties are the same thing. Nonsense. Nonsense. They need to go back and do them political history. Go and read and research. Right.
We're bringing this place. Let me just say something. Because it shows time and time again that these people that are within the Jamaica Labour Party, they have no knowledge of the law. Because for them and for Williams, who claims he's a lawyer, to say he's going to sue Dawes and know that they're in the wrong and know that they're going to have discovery in court where they have to present these documents that have not been presented.
Yes.
You wonder where's their headspace.
Mm-hmm.
So why go through all of this facade and saying you're suing Dr. Dawes and do all of this when all of this is going to have to come out in court. All the truth is coming out, and it's even coming out before the courts because now Dr. Dawes have to get all the documents, he and his lawyers, because you have the discovery process.
Yes.
Is it right about that?
But obviously, but I mean, remember, every case them put up against the PNP, them lose it. So I mean,
exactly.
It is clear. It is clear that
every time them get whipping in a court and the case not even done yet.
Remember, it is one class, it is one class, which is Jamaica, right? But if what you notice, PNP they are the front of the class and them they're not in the back of the class. They're
underneath one
mango.
Yeah.
Rubbing out their hand middle. Don't add that to it. Under the mango tree, rubbing out their hand middle.
Yes.
But what I said is certainly important because discovery, the process of discovery, you understand? And you know what? Let me tell you something.
Donovan Williams says that he's a lawyer.
Yeah.
He didn't know that this was going to happen. When he's going out there talking about he's going to sue,
yeah.
and know that he's on the wrong.
Exactly. So I mean,
it's a cover-up thing.
All right. Sister Pinks coming to the space.
Okay, no. So now we need to call Dr. Tufton, Pirate Tufton.
Of course, Pirate Tufton. We're not.
Because as my sister Anne-Marie said, Williams must know if he's a lawyer in quotation mark. Yes. Discovery will prove the evidence, and the evidence that they have brought to the court is fraudulent also.
Mm-hmm.
So them themselves have committed another crime. Because you're not supposed to take fake documents to court. But I want to remind my people who are listening how wicked and cruel they are.
Yes.
Remember this, 2020 was COVID. During 2020, Andrew started a company, one of his shell companies, and we were getting grants from all over the world.
Yes. Yes.
Right? So let me use Dr. Dawes' word, allegedly. And it seems as if
yes,
the money to start that company came out of the grant money, because I remember going through and doing a research at one point and look at all the grants that we got during COVID. And he started a company. And remember, he was locking up young men, even sent police under their beds when they told him to SYM, right? In COVID. Okay?
Yes.
Let's go a little bit further. Tufton, I have a video of Tufton on a van back asking people to take the COVID injection. And when the people asked him for water, what did he say? Okay. All right. Let's go back to Market Me again. How much $1 million he paid himself
There you go.
out of our money. When to do PR, when we have GIS who could do that PR that he was doing, free of cost for the government. So he billed himself $83 million. Let us look at Shaggy Foundation that they tried to milk.
And where's all that money?
Let us look again at the doctors that came down to do free surgery on children in the Bustamante Hospital, and the theater did not have an AC. In 2025, when we have portable ACs, and we know people like certain AC companies, which I will not name, are friends with Tufton. And if I have a friend like Ricky who have an AC company, I can say, Ricky, trust me, at AC, because he know these doctors were coming down here to do the operation for free. And then after all of that, he sent the child to Yui to make the half a doctor work on the child.
My God.
That work on the same DG, knowing that the man who's going to do the operation is not qualified. A young little girl who's have her life future in front of her, you want to put her future in the hands of a half a doctor?
Where's the girl?
I don't want Jamaicans to think about this. After all of that, not even a month after all of those incidences, with the theater not having AC, we hear this big book tour, 2 books, and where the money come from to print the books out of the same Chase fund.
Imagine.
The same Chase fund was supposed to put AC in the theater for the children to do them operation, for free operation. Because remember, these doctors came down here, volunteer them time, pay them all a airplane. They could stay in the country where they're coming from and make their money. They took their time, they volunteered their time and their skills for free.
Even brought the equipment.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And Dufton said all of that. And you want to tell me so we can't call him pirate now?
Full-fledged pirate.
Put that ahead, plus add what Dr. Dawes just told us.
My gosh.
Because remember, last time I was on this program, I asked why was this thing not imported, equipment not imported for duty free?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I asked that question the last time I was here. And now we prove that it was imported for free.
Duty
and
free.
They bill us for it.
Yes. Banger on this.
This need more cut. This need no. Hey, then people when you dig deep, man.
Correct.
Everybody get them cut.
Jesus Christ, man.
Well, vicious.
Anyway, I yield the floor to you now, Uncle Byron.
All right. Well said, things. But you know, when you look at it, right, you know that they got the item duty free and then bill taxpayer. Oh my God, this government is brutal. Brutal. Now we are going to get serious now with some investigation. But before we get that, we can run out in terms of Bluedot Poll. And this is how we go to Bluedot Poll, you know, because we want to tell Gen public, you understand, who is Bluedot Poll?
Thank you.
Many people don't know that Bluedot Poll is SSL. You understand? I'm going to prove that tonight as it relates to Bluedot Poll, SSL staying behind, you understand, after, right, the large pilfering, you understand, of Jamaican, you know, suffering people money, right? We know that Mark Croskery, right, particularly where the old lady is concerned, because, you know, I mean, both has the ability to bounce back. So let us take the spotlight from both now and talk about the old lady who can't get back her money. Or because all of our savings, you understand, over what, $60 million that she put into SSL and not able to get back that. You understand, and wicked vampires who know that the woman don't have no more strength to go and work back that. You understand? She's at the end, right, of her life journey. You understand? She's more than she's more than 70 years of age, and the old vampire them take for the woman money. So we are going to go back and show certain things. So we can hear, and here it is. You understand that now the same old vampire them, you understand, want to psychologically, you understand, ingrain certain things to want to maybe convince electorate. It can't convince electorate. Because everything in that poll, Bluedot Poll, is a lie. Everything in Bluedot Poll is a lie. Let's just put up the Bluedot Poll, because that's what we are bouncing right now. And we're going to prove that this is SSL company, right? So look at this, people. Bluedot Poll, 51% of voters believe JLP best equipped to address Jamaica's problem. Yeah, of course, they're best equipped. You know, so them address the problem with the drill.
Yes.
You know, so them address the problem with the drill. No, a clear majority of registered voters now believe the governing Jamaica Labour Party, JLP, is best equipped to address the main problem facing the country, which is health. The main problem facing the country is healthcare. So much of our Jamaicans are not getting the much needed care, but you know, see how Andrew Holness administration handle people. You understand? Taking away the resources from the healthcare and put the money in their pocket.
Yes.
Packing it. This is how Jamaica is going to observe the wickedness and the corruption and make sure, say, them vote you out. That's according to nationwide Bluedot Poll, otherwise called SSL Poll, and Mark Croskery Poll. Powered by Total Tools. You don't think you can fool anybody? No, we could just listen to them.
The Holness-led JLP has been touting what it says is a record of performance and achievement over its near decade-long stint in government. The Prime Minister himself has asked voters to reflect on which of the two political parties are best suited to get the job done.
All governments must come to you with a manifesto of plans, things that we're going to do. And you have to assess, can they do it? It's very good to talk rhetoric, promises, glowing words, but the real test, who delivers, who gets the job done. That's what it comes down to.
It seems Jamaicans are now clear on an answer. When the Bluedot pollsters asked 1,618 registered voters between May 2 and 17 which party they believed could successfully address the main problems facing Jamaica, the response was unequivocal. 51% of them said the JLP. That's a 14-point jump since February this year, when 37% placed their confidence in the JLP's ability. Notably, the JLP's strength on this question has risen by 23 points since February of 2023. That's when it recorded the lowest confidence level of 28%. The pollsters say the significant increase in confidence suggests voters are fast making up their minds and choosing between two governing visions. The People's National Party, PNP, has also seen an increase in public confidence in their ability to tackle the country's biggest problems. The party rose by 7 points over the last 3 months. The party moved.
You know, I have no time for them, so when you even bother listen to them, I even go comment on that because we know them all life. You understand? We could move on. We could just show the people them. You understand where Bluedot Poll is coming from and show the people them the evidence. If we just stay away from them, you understand? Because SSL, after they rob the people, right, they want to make sure that Andrew Holness maintain power. You understand? So that them can continue to rob the people. So we could just show the people, we could just show the proof that Bluedot Poll belongs to SSL. Right? Quick and fast. We're going to show the evidence. Piet reacquired majority ownership of Bluedot. You understand? We could just get into that. See the criminal them there? People, see the criminal there? Bluedot CEO Lauren Piet has reacquired majority ownership of the data insights company. A move he said will provide him greater leverage to respond to the fast changing market and tell lie. Then if you write that down. Piet and SSL Venture Capital finalized the equity agreement on Tuesday, April 21, 2020. SSL Venture Capital originally entered the equity agreement with Bolt on August 7, 2018, which is the Bluedot Poll, acquiring a 50% ownership. You understand? We could have taken this away because we don't spend no time with them. We don't just show John public say. Nobody listen to that because of SSL, Mark Crosstery, and the thieving. You understand? Company. You understand? And them are deal with Bluedot Poll. Them are the ownership. So them are trying to spin the political narrative. Hey, now listen me. I don't know how them go past Andre Stevenson over there, sir. I don't know how them go past Lonesome over there, sir. Past Mystic Sensation over here, sir. And it's a Bell Rose stand up over there, sir. Many of us had to for the press. Pink screen, Pastor Ricky, you understand? No, Jamaica. What am I get through? Or them go get through the truth? Tell firewall. You know what I mean? The truth tell firewall. How are they going to get through that? They can't get through that.
No.
They can't get through. Every light can't pass, and that is why we are here in the space. You understand? No, people. Now, let's go back as it relates to the national integrity action in terms of what the national integrity action is saying. Giving back some reflection of how Andrew Holness want to put someone, right, in position to ensure that he got off the case. Right, the particular investigation and to mislead investigators. But it is not going to happen. No way, it is not going to happen. Now, so let us hear what NIA is saying, and then we get into the whistleblower and where the whistleblower, again, is going to reveal a lot for us. Now, let us get into that. Let us bring up the NIA and hear what the NIA has to say. Right? All right, good. All right. Now, May 29, 2025, perception of bias as damaging as actual bias, national integrity action. Right? The NIA acknowledges the appointment of Mr. Dennis Chung as the head of the Financial Investigation Division. Big joke. We share the public's concern regarding the transparency of this appointment, mainly as the division is tasked with the investigation, the Integrity Commission report, and the Prime Minister. The selection process for such a critical entity at this time is a pivotal in building and maintaining the confidence of both local and international law enforcement. Transparency in leadership is essential for maintaining trust, upholding integrity, and ensuring the credibility of financial investigation. Take that away. Now what we are going to do, we are going to get into the whistleblower. Remind them again what the whistleblower has said as it relates to the level of corruption, as it relates to SSL, how many JLP accounts in SSL, and where SSL was used as a campaign machine. You understand? Where SSL was used to rob investors' money. You are going to again hear the whistleblower as it relates to what transpired. Where Darrell Vaz take money out of SSL and pay for his daughter university fee. People, unbelievable the way how the Jamaican Labour Party using the Jamaican people, walking on them, putting their knees in their necks to live on their backs and live on taxpayers' back. The Jamaican Labour Party is a parasitic animal, an apex predator in corruption. Let us hear what the whistleblower has to say. Without any delay, let us tune in. Yes.
Tell the bloggers them can use this footage now.
All right. Tell them. Let us tune in, people.
All right. Yes, here we are. It's a pleasure having you on. We have been in contact with a lot of people concerning this SSL saga, and we have received some pretty interesting information. And we were told that you might be a person with some information to assist us in trying to figure out what actually happened, because we don't believe that we're getting the full story. And we're just piecing stories together. And hopefully when we're finished interviewing all of the people that have come to us willingly or have been recommended to us, that we will have a better picture than what we are, than what's been painted by a lot of people and institutions, including the government. So to be clear, you're just one person of several persons that we are talking to try and find out what actually happened. So would you be kind enough to just tell us, because we don't know, just kind of tell us how, you know, how did you obtain information regarding SSL, and what information do you have?
Well, I worked there for a few years, and during that time, there were control weaknesses that FSC was monitoring and wanted to be fixed. So we had a junior compliance officer working there at the time, but basically he was just doing account opening inspections and such like. So nothing in detail, nothing serious. So I guess when the FSC came in, they requested that a more senior person come into the picture. When that person came in, we could see that there were changes in control and how things are processed. We never used to have anti-money laundering training before that person came in, and then that started as well. And some other procedural changes took place. For one, I know that some of the customer statements were in the names of wealth advisors. And that is something that was changed, and they all now were in the names of the customers, and our statements were being dispatched through the operations department. So that was a control that was implemented. Yeah, so that's it basically. What else is it that you want to know?
So are you saying that they never really had control mechanisms in place or oversight mechanisms in place before a certain time period? Like they didn't start out with this, because we're of the impression that they were being monitored, or at least there was some oversight done by the FSC. And it sounds to us as if you're saying that they really didn't have those control mechanisms in place. So are you saying, well, first of all, how can you run a business like that without control mechanisms? And the second thing is, are you saying that the FSC did not do its due diligence, did not do what it was required to do, a proper job to ensure that these mechanisms were in place and they were functioning?
Well, I would say that because based on what came out in the news, if they were monitoring and doing the proper oversight that they should have been doing, a lot of these things that came out with customer funds being missing and all of that wouldn't have happened if the reporting structure was there as well, for them to see any changes in reporting figures or things like that, then that would be a trigger. But I'm not so clear as to how they came into the picture in the first place. What was it that caused them to come in? Was it that somebody made a report? But I saw them after it came out in the news, and they came back to review whether the weaknesses that were identified were corrected. Yeah, I noticed them around the place during that time, meeting with the person who was in compliance at the time.
And based on what you have heard or your first-hand knowledge, just want to get your opinion on how was SSL run? Was it a smooth, well-oiled, functioning machine, or was it something that was like, I would say, a patty shop where you didn't have proper procedures and people were doing things that under normal circumstances would seem prohibited, almost criminal, to be honest with you? How would you describe the functioning of SSL?
Well, what I observed was there was a close link between the owners, that would be the CEO and the chairman, with the JLP, I think they were in power during that time, and there was a close link between them. And I overheard a conversation actually regarding a JLP account and some misappropriation of funds from that account by the person who should be the treasurer for that party.
And when you say misappropriation of funds committed by a person who was the treasurer of the party, two things. One is, to be sure, you're saying that the Jamaica Labour Party had an account at SSL. Is that so?
Yeah, there are more accounts. There are more than one account there.
The person was the treasurer at the time. That person, there was how do you describe it? How did you describe it? I want to use your words. How did you describe it?
Well, what I observed and heard, in a conversation, was that funds were leaving the account to go overseas to pay for tuition fees or university fees.
And let me just ask you this question so that people listening to this broadcast, they can understand, because they don't know who you are. But based on what you're saying you have first and second and maybe third hand knowledge of what's going on. Now, regarding this
credible knowledge.
You have credible knowledge. I stand corrected. So are you saying then that the money that came out of the JLP account or accounts, it went for purposes other than party business?
Right.
And you're saying that it went to did you say a school or what did you say?
It was sent to a university, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
A university or a college.
Mm-hmm. To do what? To
pay tuition fees.
Tuition. Okay, this is interesting. So it's not a donation then to the university to say, we're donating to a worthy cause initiated by the university.
The recipient had the same surname. The treasurer.
Okay. And was anything ever done to that account? Did anybody ever say anything to those people involved, or was it allowed to just continue?
Well, I would suppose something would have been said, because no transfer is done without the CEO's knowledge. And I heard that after that conversation was held, there was no more funds being taken out of the account.
No, you're saying that, was it a wire transfer? Was it a withdrawal of cash, and then you don't know how the cash, you just heard this, or was it a what? Let me ask you the question.
It was a wire transfer. It was a wire transfer.
So there is a record. So in case somebody should challenge what you're saying, somebody could subpoena the bank records, and assuming it's a wire, well, based on what you're saying, it's a wire transfer, then that record would be there to show that money went from that account to that university for a specific person.
Yeah, that should be there. That should be there.
Okay. Can you tell us anything more about any account that you would have gotten through credible sources or information that you consider credible?
Well, in the news, the AdMatch account was very much making the rounds, and I am aware that AdMatch is an IBC account in St. Lucia, and SSL does those type of transactions, and that person, I believe, was there to have that done. So SSL would have been the one. SSL would have been the one to open, because I say they were very close to those persons.
Any other account that you can think of? Let me ask you about, I'll tell you one account I'm thinking of. Usain Bolt. What can you tell us about his account at SSL?
Well, I heard through the grapevine that, because there was a big buzz in the office, so I was told that Usain Bolt account is here, Usain has opened an account with us, and it was a big excitement at the time.
And do you know if that information was used to entice other people to invest money with SSL?
Well, based on the report from the lady, the old lady, she said that's what she was told to, that he has an account there. But what I was also told was that the account was not in his name.
You mean it's given
name? Right. It was in his company's name. Those type of deals Mark Crosby will be the front person for those types of deals.
Okay. And who you mentioned a company in Barbados that picked up the that purchased the shares. Who to the best of your knowledge was behind that company?
I think that company is owned by Leachin.
By whom?
Leachin.
Which is that the first name?
He owns right. He's the owner. He owns MCB. Yes, Michael Leachin.
So you're saying that Mr. Leachin, his company in Barbados, purchased the shares from this IPO that was spearheaded by SSL, correct?
Right. That's what.
And you're saying it was a big flop because they put it out to the public and it was a big flop, and then Mr. Leachin, he purchased the remaining shares that weren't sold.
And then it was
a success. Have you heard anything more from while you were at SSL? Did you hear anything, or since? Have you heard anything more about that company?
Oh no.
You spoke about JLP accounts, right? That you as it relates to your observation, right, into SSL. Who were the person or persons monitoring these JLP accounts?
But I guess Mark Crosby would have, eyesight vision of these accounts because these were accounts held by people who he's very close to. So I guess he would have oversight of those accounts.
Okay. Let me speak about based on certain information that we are getting. Do you know of Darrell Vaz who has account in SSL?
Yes, he had personal accounts here too.
Okay. And you speak of certain transfers that went to him.
Went not to him, but to a person related to him.
And who is that person?
I believe is his daughter.
Okay, so transfers were done to benefit his daughter. That is what you're saying?
Yeah, so I understand, yeah.
Okay. Now, I want you to speak as it relates to
You're muted.
You're muted.
Okay, sorry about that. All right. So that was the insight that I want to give as it relates to the level of corruption, you understand, through the length and breadth of the Jamaica Labour Party administration, right? Corruption in every single area that you can think of, right? I mean, pilfering money from investors, right? Manipulating government procurement guidelines and contracts, you name it, anything, right? The Jamaica Labour Party administration involved in the corruption of taxpayers' money, investors' money, and all of that, right? So again, this is a kleptocratic government, a banana republic, and of course, the leader is corrupted right? It's so corrupted. Now we are going to go to Pinks. Pinks wanted to go through some clips as it relates to the beach situation in St. James, and how as it relates to, you know, these investors, Andrew Holness, allowing them to take over our beaches and deny us beach access. Let us get into some of the clips for you, and have Pinks walk us through some of the situations going there. All right. So Pinks, you want us to show the clips first before you talk, or you want to speak and then we get into the clips?
Show the clips first.
Okay.
Please.
All right. So, of course, getting into St. James constituencies and see what is going on there.
Grading a number of beaches across the island for public access. The existing Fantasy Beach Park in Prairie St. Anne will be developed into a parish beach park similar to the Harmony Park in Montego Bay. The government will be upgrading another 9 free community beaches this year. Beyond 2024-2025 budget year, we will develop the Boston Beach Park in Portland. And we will do a major beach park in Negril. So others talk about beach access. We actually give people beach access. Yeah, they give you the words, we beach. And we have never sold a beach.
All right, let us dibble down into some of the PR of the Jamaica Labour Party administration and the lies, right? And of course, where beach access being denied, right? Now let us get into the second clip here. All right. Let us listen, people. The Prime Minister just said, right, that they never sold a beach and they have not denying people's beach access. But listen on to this clip.
It was originally our beach. We were using all the beach. There was never a crowding issue at a beach. And now, through continued expansion, after expansion, we've always said what benefits Sandals benefits us. But now it is getting to the point where the dream of this organization is disenfranchising the communities. We will not give you our beaches. Look at it. Look at the size of Sandals Resort and the size on that map of what we have there. All that you see, continuing onward, we had free access. I grew up accessing all the beach. Access. And with the development of that organization, we said, yay! And we cheered you on, we participated, we helped to build, and now look what we have left. Look, that little section, that is all we have left. And you are posing to say, oh, guess what? I'll give you 50 jobs, 50 low-level skilled jobs, and you give us your beach, which we will never give you again. The only reason that they do not deny the gentlemen in the kayak is because they cannot rule the beach. And they try their best. They can't put their foot on the sand enough. They have to stay in that little canoe and sell their wares. It is at the point now where this relationship, it is no longer a symbiotic relationship. You are becoming a parasite.
This thing is going to affect the fishing industry, right? We tell them plain, I am not approving it. Anything Sandals want, Sandals get. That's the way it goes. Whether we say yes or no, if you say no, you might get it. Even with this meeting, I am the president for the group, and I was never informed until Mr. Abdul called me last night and tell me about this meeting. And the customers of mine called me and tell me about this meeting. And we have a fishing group in White House, but apparently they don't want us to come to the meeting because they don't want our voice to be heard. We always have a good relationship with Mr. Stewart from the beginning. We don't break down bad. Because this don't make no sense. That is a form of disrespect.
Until this matter is settled, the community will continue to use its beach. And as was the case in some other areas, we will not allow for under any circumstance, any fencing of this property to happen. They're making it unequivocally clear, no, that we will not, because we know what our rights are, and we will not allow for any fencing of the property to take place. People are watching it around the clock, and if there are attempts to do that, we're going to remove it, because we know what will happen when it's fenced, or access will be restricted until this is resolved, and we know the time it will take to resolve this, and we know that concurrently, in other instances where these things are being resolved, other things are happening that will further distance us away from having access to our beach.
I'm not sure if this assessment that looks at, moss and seagrass, I know it's very, very relevant, but I'm wondering if there's another type of assessment that is necessary to help us to determine how families and community and family life will be impacted by this project. Now, NEPA might not be the relevant agency to take on that piece of the evaluation or the assessment, but maybe we need to be partnering wider to find out which other government entities need to be brought on board to help us really begin to understand what is the impact of having this project in our community. Not just how it's going to impact our coral and our climate change and our mangroves, but how is it going to impact families? How is it going to impact children? How is it going to impact the fishermen? How is it going to impact access to fish and shrimp and all the other pieces that does not seem to be adequately captured in this assessment?
Residents around the community and around Jamaica have a beach problem, and they want to access the beach where they're returning residents with their friends and family, neighboring community, and that's a problem. So we need to get the relevant authority that can answer the question that the community has to ask straightforward.
Intend, as person handles his track record of locking off sections of the coastline from the general public, if this is an exception to that or not.
Do we have a Sandals representative who is designated to speak this evening? I am not sure. This is really to look at the environmental impact assessment, and that is why Mr. Carroll is actually on stage with me. There's a young lady in the front with the microphone, but I believe...
No, there is not.
Ahora sí, cuando llegues al cielo.
No, let us take it away. Right.
Okay.
Okay. So, Sister Pinks, take us through some of the troubling times as it relates to your constituency in St. Louis.
Okay, let us talk about the beach access first, all right?
Yes.
Now, as you know, Mark Golding has a special love for us, and he wants us as Jamaicans to have access to our beaches. All right?
Yes.
So the beach in question in Montego Bay right now is called the Flanker Providence Beach, and it's located right beside the Sandals White House in Montego Bay. Sandals White House, Montego Bay, was the first Sandals ever built by Butch Stewart on this island. And as the young lady said, Sandals and Butch Stewart has always had a good relationship over the years, and the community allowed them to build and develop in the community because of the good relationship with Sandals. Now, you know that before Butch Stewart died, he handed over everything to his son, Adam. Adam has different ideas than his father and how it's going to be with Montego Bay and Montagonians. All right. Now, for those who don't know this, during COVID time, Sandals Inn, that's another Sandals in Montego Bay, because Sandals, Montego Bay has 3 different types of Sandals. All right. So Sandals Inn was used as a COVID location for COVID patients. So Sandals was collecting money from the government for COVID patients during COVID period. All right? Because Even though the patients did not pay directly, the government paid for each patient who stayed at Sandals Inn while they recovered from COVID. No, that Sandals is still closed. It's one of the smallest properties that they have, and it has remained closed from 2020, right? And if they're going to spend money on Sandals White House to build on our property, community property, why not spend that same money on the existing building and refurbish it? Because Sandals has many empty rooms. It's not being utilized by them. It's left there like a white elephant from 2020. It's been closed. Now, let us look at what the issue is about. So Sandals applied for, they did up their plans and they applied for permit from the St. James Parish Council. And in their application, they applied to build 18 bungalows and 10 villas in the water and on the beach. You understand? No, that itself becomes a problem because when you think of how much money they're going to spend, they intend to spend $9 million US. All right, that's basically $1.4 billion Jamaican. And as I said before, that money could be used to renovate an existing Sandals property that they have without touching our beach. Now, Sandals had a meeting. That meeting, the second clip that you saw, it was Sandals having a meeting on this May 7th with some community members. And as you see in the clip, some community members did not know about. We did not know. It's a little birdie told us that they were having a meeting without us in the community because they want to pretend as if they are talking or conversing with the community because that's one of the requirements from them. So they pretend as if they were having a meeting with us. They did not invite us to that meeting, and that meeting was at Yui in Montego Bay. Now, at the meeting, NEPA representative told Sandals that they did not approve or give approval to Sandals to build the 18 bungalows and the 10 villas, right? No, let us go back to the beach itself. The beach itself is it's a small beach left now, very small beach, cute, beautiful location, and that beach it has seagrass, a lot of seagrass. The seagrass itself forms a nursery for young fish and other sea creatures, including shellfish, so like our conch and so forth, can hide inside, the young ones can hide inside there and grow to become adults. All right, so we need that seagrass area for the environmental reasons. You know, the existing two Sandals White House and Sandals Royal, which is further down the road, according to the fishermen said that both of them have affluent or sewage water or grey water from those two existing Sandals that goes out into the water, the sea, I should say, and is already or has already destroyed our reef. And destroyed reef means that our fishing is already impacted by Sandals wastewater. The fishermen say that there's a brown liquid that comes out from the pipe from both Sandals White House and Sandals Royal in Montego Bay. So when our guests come to Jamaica and book into these hotels, they should consider and think about and ask the hotels that they are going to spend their paradise vacation and wonder where their feces are going. because it is impacting us on this island. We live here. They are just visiting here. They fly here. We live here. And although Jamaica
So
has
hold on.
Montego Bay,
Pinks, let me ask you a question.
yeah.
Because you mentioned something quite serious here as it relates to sandals, right? The possibility of pollution as it relates to feces into the beach area. Now, has anyone spoken to NEPA where that is concerned?
It has it has been done, but NEPA ignore because according to what I was told, Bush Stewart himself, um, when he was doing some factory along White House there, the remains of the factory is still there. He himself went and they took some part of the reef itself to cut stone. So he has destroyed some part of the reef in Montego Bay himself.
Yeah, but NEPA is in the Prime Minister's office.
That's the point I'm trying to make to you.
And so then the Prime Minister is aware of all that being going on as it relates to the police.
Exactly. Exactly. And you know that Sandals owners has always have a good relationship with the JLP for many, many years. It's not a secret. All right.
So as a result of that, NEPA now in the Prime Minister office
it's
allow the
compromised
pollution to continue.
to continue. All right. And the other point I would like to make out is that our candidate here in Northwest St. James, he's from Flankers. So he knows the area quite well. And he has been advocating and he has been listening to the stories that the fishermen and the people in the White House have been saying, have been telling him things about what is happening there in the area. And he has had several meetings with them. Even on February 2nd this year, he took the children from a school, primary school, and he went there. They have a environmental club, and they went to that same beach and they cleaned the beach. He cleaned the beach with the children. So it's an ongoing thing that we clean the beach. Labor Day gone, we had another beach cleaning there. Community members came out, about 40 of us came out, and we decided to clean the beach and reclaim the beach because we want to use the beach. We want to keep the beach clean and use the beach. All right. Now, this beach was a gift to Flankers and Providence people and the all Montegonians from Michael Malley himself. So just like how Bernard Lodge people had their houses demolished, and it was later found out that the land was originally bought by Michael Malley and given over to these people that were there. This is the same thing happening right now because the beach was a gift from Michael Manley to us. Now, what I understand is that Dr. Horace Chung said that he is planning to rent the beach to Sandals Hotel, right? Now, if he is renting the beach that belongs to the community without consulting us, he got over almost 200 signatures on a document from the community saying that Sandals can give, he's giving Sandals permission to use the beach, right? That's what we found out. So he got these documents behind our back. Now, he's rented the beach to Sandals. Who is going to collect the rent from Sandals? Where is that money going to, and how much is it being rented for? These are the questions that we are asking. And as Alan Bernard said in that clip, if they put up a fence, we are going to challenge them because it's our beach. It does not belong to them. He never approached us. Orison never came to Alan Bernard and said, let us discuss this. Let us discuss this. He never got our point of view. He went out and got almost 200 of his supporters votes on a document to say that the community gives Sandals permission to make the application to parish council. Because when you do a plan it has to go to parish council, and something this close to the water, to the sea, NEPA has to be involved. And I shouldn't say this, on Labor Day while we were there cleaning, 2 NEPA agents on a holiday came there and tried to shut us down. All right? 2 NEPA agents, and we had a conversation with them, and we explained to them what we're doing, and then they left. Now, I would like Jamaicans to understand what it is to apply for a permit from a parish council. In every parish, you have a parish council, all right? Now, one of the things you have to do when you're applying for a permit to build a building in any parish in Jamaica, one of the requirements is you have to have proof of ownership. So Sandals, no, there are many ways to prove that you own the property. You can prove ownership by having a certified registered title, certified copy of a sales agreement signed by a JP and a letter. Sometimes a lawyer's letter can also be used, because sometimes when you're doing the transfer from one person to another, it takes a time. So therefore, until the certified title is registered, you can use documents that you're actually buying the property from one person to another, supporting that sale, right? You can have a certified will with a surveyor's report. You can have a certified copy that the land is a gift to you. And this is what Horishan used: an authorized letter from the owner, which is us. The 200 people that signed that document were authorizing Sandals to build on the beach. The Horishan went behind our backs and got signatures. All right. Now, this beach, as I said before, it has seagrass. The seagrass is over 200 square feet, and this seagrass will be impacted. Greater plan to put the bungalows, you have over 3,000 square feet of seagrass that will be impacted. The seagrass is a nursery for young fish, young sea animals like shellfish and so forth. So we need to protect this beach at all costs.
So let me say things, because you have 2 major concerns here, right? The 2 major concerns you have: one, right, as it relates to the development, right, of the expansion of Sandals building, right, into the beach access space will destroy marine life ecosystem. That is one of the concerns. And the other concern is that the expansion of the development of Sandals on the beach is limiting the beach access to the people. So those are the concerns.
Yes, because what they're planning to do is fence the place and use that beach for the extend their property. Now, so according to what the fishermen told us, is that over the years when Bushcraft was alive, they would actually clean the seagrass and whatever. They would use the beach as a dump. They've been using the beach for a dump for many years. And every time they do that, the fishermen and the community go over there and clean it up and remove the dump material that they use, that they leave there. So Sandals has been using the beach as a dump site for many years, and as I said before, the community come together and keep the beach clean because they want to use it, and fishermen fish there.
Okay, let us extend it. Hold on, please. Let us extend this through the entire Jamaica, because it is just not affecting St. James alone.
Right.
It's affecting through. So basically, as it relates to what Andrew Holness is saying, Andrew Holness administration, right, is saying that they are providing beach access. That seems to be a false narrative, a PR stunt. So while he's saying, right, the reality of the situation is allowing these private sector, agents of these private sectors to take over our beach, right, damaging our ecosystem, damaging many of our fisherman lifestyle and so forth. So because I want to bring in other persons in on the panel for their input as well. So based on what Prince is saying, Pastor Ricky, let me start with you, right? Prince is saying that, right, the mission that they are on, right, is to stop, right, where this administration is allowing, right, the PSOJ, members of the PSOJ to extend, which is boost toward Sandals and so forth and so forth. You understand? To extend building more hotels. And this is where I'm going. Let me say it. While we continue to try to gin up what we call a service economy system, ABR and Pastor Ricky and things, right? As opposed to dealing with agriculture. Because what I'm saying, many of the money that is making through tourism, right? It is not circulating in Jamaica.
No, it's not.
And the focus and what that is doing is destroying our marine life ecosystem, denying access to the beaches, right? And at the same time, while they are doing that, while the government giving them access to do that, right? We are not getting much needed foreign currency that to circulate through Jamaica that benefit Jamaica. Why focus as it relates to this administration, not focusing on agriculture? We see where this government moved towards agriculture and tamping down agriculture in allowing green produce to come in, you understand, and where the farmer has no competition because our farmers cannot compete with that. You understand? Bringing, as a matter of fact, you have members within the Jamaica Labour Party who are bringing in,
Thank you.
bringing in stuff, you understand, and putting our farmers out of business. Right, and the emphasis again that placed on tourism, you understand, the expansion of the building on our beach, you understand, damaging our ecosystem, reducing access to beach, you understand, it's killing our people. You understand? So let me begin with you, Pastor Ricky. What say you as it relates to the point that Pinks raised?
Well, it's criminality 101. The Beach Act of 1956
yes,
give Jamaicans free access to the beaches, but greed and corruption in this government has stripped the people from those leisure time that they should spend on the beach. Holidays is when a lot of us go to beach in Jamaica and even here in America too. But they rather to lease the beach to their rich friends.
Exactly.
And the money never goes back to the people. And that's an investigation that needs to happen, because how much percentage of the lease for the beach is the government getting, and where is that money being spent? Number two, I would like to know if Pinks in that division or constituents, have they reached out to get media attention? Because something like this, you would want to highlight it. If you have raw sewage from the hotel going into the ocean, the ecosystem is being polluted. This is a crisis. Disease can break out in terms of those who are using the beach. The media should be notified so that they can come and document this story. A lot of times the government won't react if it's hush, but once it hit the media and becomes a scandal, they will get up off their butts and do something about it. But so I don't. And then the next question I want to know is that when Orange Chang make these decisions as the MP for that area, does he meet with the people first and say, here's the plan, here's what we plan to do, and get feedbacks? Because here in America, things are done more efficiently. When a politician wants to implement something new in a community, they already have community boards and community groups. So they schedule meeting with the community or the area, the state or the city, and they run media advertisements and campaign to alert everyone that this new is coming. This is what we're going to build. This is what we're going to do. And so it's organized and structured in that way where the people know. And there are times if it's something very critical, they put it on the ballot for a vote in the local elections. So does he do anything like that, or he just bully
No,
and just take over
no.
what he wants?
As I said, one of the ways to submit a plan to parish council was to get authorization from the owners of the property. Since the owners is us, he got almost 200 of his supporters to sign a document on behalf of all of us in the community.
Oh, really?
Yes.
My God.
God.
So he definitely betrayed the community.
Exactly. Those people, all of them betrayed all of us.
Wow.
But also, I just want to say, remember when we went to Jamaica the last time and we wanted to go to Harmony Park Beach, that's what it's called, right? Harmony Park Beach. We were told, oh, this is not a beach day. So although they're out there parading all these beach parks that they want to make, it's not every day that you can just, okay, I'm going to go to the beach today.
Yes.
Because
right.
the day that we went, oh, it's not a beach day. So we had to go elsewhere. And it's supposed to be public access.
And that is access.
That is true.
All right.
Exactly.
Now, ABR coming to the space, right? ABR, when we look at the whole, cycle of issues unfolding here, right? Number one, we see this administration put so much emphasis as it relates to tourism, but really and truly as it relates to the that segment in the PIOJ. What really that we are getting from tourism as it relates to the amount of money that they are making, how much of that circulating within the space of the economy, right? Because we seem to be abandoning agriculture. And at the same time, what the expansion of tourism is doing, right? They are expanding in the space, denying beach access, damaging the ecosystem, and at the same time, the money that they are generating from tourism, it is not circulating as much into the country to benefit Jamaican people. And this is where the concerns lies. This administration, right, on one hand, right, is speaking that he's giving access, is creating beach and creating more access to the beach, as according to what Andrew Holness said. Seems to be a PR stunt. But the reality, here you have Pinks speaking that they were betrayed by Orchestra, right, who partially sold them out, where Sandals is planning the expansion and the effects coming from that. What say you on the matter, Abia?
Well, it's another evidence to me that this government is just all about the money.
Exactly.
And they're paying more emphasis or paying more of their time on tourism because it pays them. Their friends, remember, they have close affiliates with Sandals. Sandals is one of their big donors. And so you'll find that. And then it all boils down to corruption, as Pastor Ricky stated, because when you have the Prime Minister having NEPA in his office,
yes,
as Pink stated that they reported the whole pollution of the water, marine life, and this is not NEPA's first rodeo where friends and Cumberlows non-disclosure agreement and things swept under the carpet. We've seen it with trade winds.
Exactly.
And the whole pollution of the water. And nothing came of it. Non-disclosure agreement, not even the judge was privy to the information of that. And so it's just sad to see that our Jamaican people are suffering right across the board. And on the point of the member of parliament going behind the residents back to just have a handful of Jamaica Labour Party supporters. They don't respect the people.
Exactly.
Amen.
And that is it.
Certainly to respect the people. All right. Remember now we are getting into the general election space, and we want to make sure that we are equipped our people with certain information. Now let us get into the largest gun seizure in Jamaica. And this is one of the reasons I know why I am going here. Right? The largest gun seizure in Jamaica. Are you finished? ABR, let me answer.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Finish your presentation.
Yeah. And thanks. You finish in terms of what you are presenting?
I just have two more things to say. After I came on here Labor Day, two more things to say. Two small points to make. After I came out here on Labor Day and I was on your show and talk about the fact that we didn't have water for a month. Water came the next day and we have water now.
Wow.
Sometimes it goes away, but we have water now. So I must thank you for giving me this platform so I can voice my voice. But on behalf of the community, we have water. Not every day, but we have water. All right.
That's great.
And the other point is that remember we had our political posters being destroyed and stuff like that. And the water was used as punishment for us. You understand? You know, water was our punishment for almost a month. No, the ombudsman, because remember, Richard Vernon, the mayor, was taking down our political posters, right? Then we asked him not to, and then Gensec asked him not to, and then a letter was sent to him and was given a deadline, and then he asked for an extension from the EOJ to deal with the issue. Now, the ombudsman has ruled and say that the mayor himself has erred on this issue. He should not have removed our. So, but there's a case at Supreme Court from the three candidates. Let us see how that play out.
Okay.
All right. But for right now, he should not touch our posters.
Okay, good. Thanks. You said something.
And one more point. We have caught. I want to make this very clear. We have vigilant people out there who are PNP supporters, and if you remove any of our posters anymore, we have people who will video you. We have caught people already on videos, and we're not making them public right now. But there's a desk set up by the at the police station, and we have made reports. And the police have your videos of you removing our posters. So I'm just warning people in Montego Bay and everywhere else across the island. If you remove any more posters, anybody can take a video of you, and next time we might blast it out there. And we don't want to embarrass you. Everybody have a right to choose who they want to vote for.
That is it, true.
All right.
Amen.
I heard things mention that the ombudsman had ruled in their behalf. Right, but you know, ABR, Pastor Ricky, I honestly don't know the name of the ombudsman.
Me neither.
Who is the ombudsman?
It's a mystery.
Ask Delroy Chuck.
Yes. Yes.
Honestly,
yes.
ABR, do you know the name of the ombudsman?
No, not at all. No.
Pastor Ricky.
Delroy Chuck promised to release the name, but he never did. So.
Well, okay, all right. Well, tonight we learned that things get the benefit of the ombudsman ruling, but we want to know who is the ombudsman.
Delroy Chuck, I am asking. I don't ask so much. I don't speak much. I am asking you tonight, please.
Yes.
By the end, today's what?
Oh, the 29th?
Today's Friday. Between Monday to Friday of next week, please. I would like to know the name of the ombudsman, please.
Please.
Please and thank you.
All right. I was going to say give him 72 hours, because like our doctor, daytime can give them 72 hours. Give him 72 hours.
Yes.
We need to know taxpayers' money is paying this ombudsman. So we need to know, although we're abroad, we still pay taxes in Jamaica. So we need to know who the ombudsman is.
All right.
Please and thank you.
All right, Jamaica. Yes. Sponsor Ricky, go ahead. What are you saying, Pastor?
I was saying that's $60 million in salary, and we don't know who the person is.
Well, I'm assuming that it's everybody on the ECJ board because they subsume it. So
yes, could be.
You have a point there. You have a good point there.
A meal, so it's one person we need to.
All right, here we are going now. We have seen Dr. Dawes is saying to us that okay, based on the threat of lawsuit, right, as it relates to his status in terms of that he has not been issued, right, any form of notice. Now, Dr. Dawes dropped some bombshell. But this is where I'm going. We are talking about some shares that were allotted to Donovan Williams. People, let me say this. We have some information as it relates to who those shares belong to. And I'm going to speak because it's not anything that is hiding. We heard that shares that Donovan Williams held on to belong to Carl Bruce.
Yeah.
Who's the CEO of MedTech.
The same half a doctor.
The same half of that. It's allegedly, right, that those shares that Donovan Donovan Williams held on to belong to half a doctor. Let me say half of that. Now, the problem with that, based on certain amendment as it relates to Companies Act. Based on the amendment, those shares as it relates to what Donovan Williams held on to should have been made unknown as it relates to the person who Donovan Williams holding those shares for.
Yeah.
Right? Because Donovan Williams in this case would have been the trustee, right? Holding the shares for A as they listed A. But watch this now, people. Watch this now, people. I am going to say something here on Mystic Sensation. And the reason why I believe that they're withdrawing whatever court attempt that they wanted was to issue, right, lawsuit. I think that they are making a 180 degrees on it. Simply means that they are reversing what they are saying. Doesn't seem like they're interested to pursue, because as my wife said earlier, that if you go there and you put that into court, ABR, Pastor Ricky and things, discovery, the process of discovery, has to be known. Now let me show you something. People, look where I'm going.
And Dr. Dawes did say he was not served prior to getting to the meeting. He's still waiting to be served.
All right.
Yes.
Honey, let us teach Jamaican people. Let us go into discovery in criminal law cases, and let us warn, because this where I'm going tonight is very serious now. Dr. Tufton, Andrew Holness, come in front of the line, come in front of the class.
And there are I love threatening people with lawsuit. And I'm not know say, well, if it's a lawsuit, I go in and discovery. And the birds have proof I go depend them.
Yes. May I speak to Donovan? May I speak to Donovan Williams? May I speak to Tufton? And may I speak to Andrew Holness, because I'm around there. No, sit here. Let us read people. And I hope that they have all the evidence to present. Discovery in criminal law cases. Now, watch this. In both civil and criminal cases, discovery involves investigating the evidence that the other side plans to present. Yes, Donovan. Yes, we are going to do that. It can prevent any surprises at trial, narrow the issues that are disputed, and often help the two sides reach a resolution out of court rather than going through a full trial.
Amen.
In that context, discovery once consisted mostly of the defendant getting the evidence from the prosecution. Now, a lot of people don't know that the prosecution team, right, has the right in terms of any evidence that the prosecution team have. The prosecution team doesn't have to show it to the defense. A lot of people don't know that. Any evidence that the prosecution have, the prosecution team doesn't have to show it to, right? The defendant team, sorry, the defense team doesn't have to show it to the prosecution. Doesn't. But any evidence that the prosecution have, they have to share it with the defendant. That's law, and people need to be aware. This might include reports and records made by the police, as well as statement by witnesses who will testify for the prosecution. However, this has changed in the modern era, allowing the prosecution to get some type of evidence from the defense. Okay, so let us think of, as it relates to the documentation, right? As it relates to the real invoice coming from where Metronics, that is going to be a problem, right? Because that again, right, is going to be pursued, right, as it relates to the real invoice coming from Metronics. And of course, that is going to match up with the invoice that they are presenting to us. A bang around there, so take that away. All right. Why am I going there? I am simply going there to tell Jamaica of a pattern of behavior. Donovan Williams and Andrew Holness. We have met tech, you know, people we have met tech, and we were told, right, based on the whistleblower, right? What the whistleblower said, most of those shares, it is Bruce, Carl Bruce, who owned the company, right? And Donovan Williams is holding the shares for Carl Bruce. Allegedly. But people, let me tell you this. Based on a pattern I see developing between Andrew Holness and Donovan Williams, Jamaica, make sure so you don't hear from mystic sensation. Don't surprise that if this thing going to court, it is going to reveal that these shares don't really belong to Bruce, but may have belong to Andrew Holness himself. Show your document, people. Get into Donovan Williams.
Take them to Estate Bridge.
Sarah Burton was investigating this, right? As it relates to Donovan Williams, right? Being director in 3 of Andrew Holness companies and holding shares. So you see that pattern? Let us look at it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let us look at it, people. MP Donovan Williams, another former director of Positive Jamaica Foundation, still tied to companies linked to Prime Minister Holness. Bang around there, you know. Watch this. Before becoming a member of Parliament in 2020, Donovan Williams may have been known to Prime Minister Andrew Holness for some time, even if just by association. After all, he's the brother of Mayor of Kingston, Delroy Williams, who has also been a Jamaica Labour Party councillor in the Civil Rights Garden Division within Mr. Holness West Central St. Andrew constituency for 2 decades. But what you know, people? But in 2020, the relationship between MP Williams and Prime Minister Holness seems to have extended beyond politics. Remember, you know, it is Donovan Williams who so-called, you understand, as a trustee holding the shares, right, in Meditech, right? And they don't want to reveal the information as to who Donovan Williams is holding those shares for, you know, people. Now watch this. That here, Not only did the attorney become the secretary of 3 companies, people, registered in 2020 linked to the Prime Minister Holness, but he also became a director of Mr. Holness Positive Jamaica Foundation Limited, where he served for a year. Now watch this on, people. Here he is. See that? MP Williams and his role in companies linked to Prime Minister Holness. The companies linked to Prime Minister Holness and on which MP Williams served as secretary, including now, listen now, people, Imperium Investment Holdings Limited. You have seen Donovan Williams being the secretary for Imperium Investment Holdings Limited, which was incorporated in June 2020 and whose purpose is investment in assets of all classes, people. Assets of all classes. We don't know if MedTech in there. Imperium sole director and shareholder is Prime Minister Holness, who owns 600 of the 1,000 ordinary shares. That makes him, you understand, the sole owner. The remaining 400 shares are unallotted according to records at the company's office of Jamaica. Remember, if you go back in a MedTech, some shares in the unallotted, People may say some shares in a MedTech unallotted.
50,000.
50,000 shares. Pastor Ricky?
Yeah.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question, Sir Byron?
Yes, go ahead.
How much money was missing from Kingston and St. Andrew Parish Council?
88 million.
Okay, and under Delroy, that's Mr. Williams' brother.
Yeah, 88 in salaries.
So and you said 50,000 shares.
50,000 shares, right, unallotted in MedTech.
50,000 shares in MedTech value looks like about $80 million, don't it?
Well, you know what? Imperium, watch this paper. Imperium sole director and shareholder is Prime Minister Holness, who owns 600 of the 1,000 ordinary shares. The remaining 400 shares are unallotted according to records at the company office of Jamaica. So more people understand the sharp. Does it going in with this, and try to connect certain dots, because as I said, and which I said, that behavior, as it relates to MedTech, seems to be a behavior that reflecting throughout other ministries, and their corruption. People make note, MP Williams is also, here know people, MP Williams is also secretary for Estate Bridge Development Limited, Senator Andrew Holness company, a company registered in July 2020 to carry out general constructions. Estate Bridge as its shareholders, Mr. Holness Imperium Investment, which owns 4,001 of 10,000 ordinary shares. Adam Holness, seemingly its son, who owns 2,000 shares. Mr. Holness' sister, Celia Anderson, who owns another 2,000 shares. And a businessman in Montego Bay, Norman Brown. People, hey, look at our whoever corruption this, Because yes, go ahead, sister.
But Sir Byron, Estate Bridge was formed in 2020, right?
Yes.
That's in COVID year.
Yes.
Okay.
Remember?
Where's our grant money?
What you know?
Thank you.
Norman Brown, Pastor Ricky, ABR, and Pinks. Remember, Norman Brown have millions of dollars to push through ATM machine. The Prime Minister account,
$4 million.
Norman Brown.
40 transaction in one day.
Who the Prime Minister, right, promote, right, was found pushing millions of dollars through ATM machine into the Prime Minister's account. Now, so Norman Brown, who owned 1,000 shares, you know, right? 999 shares remain unallotted. Finally, MP Williams is also Secretary of Positive Media Solution Limited. People want to understand this, you know. As the how the situation is so ticklish as it relates to MedTech, you know, which was set up in 2020 to do media broadcasting, multimedia services, event management, communication, and promotion. At inception, businessman Mark Azan was the only listed director and was allotted one of 100 authorized ordinary shares. The older of the other 99 shares was Imperium Investment. Now, people, let me tell you something. This Imperium Investment is the face of ADMAT, you know. I want that people understand that.
Yeah, we know that. We know that. Yeah.
Okay. Remember now that between 2007 to 2009, ADMAT, you understand, bought up several of Andrew Holness' property.
Yeah.
ADMAT, right in St. Lucia, right? Because of St. Lucia, tax laws change, right? It forces Andrew Holness now to dissolve ADMAT from St. Lucia into Imperium.
Right.
So then, Dennis Chung coming to this thing to head FID, right? He's not going to go into Imperium to find out how Imperium amassed the wealth in Imperium. Because if he goes into Imperium to find out how the wealth amassed in Imperium, he's going to find out that, okay, it is ADMAT who dumped the wealth into Imperium.
Imperium.
I don't get it, right?
Yeah, we get it. Yeah.
All right. Whose beneficial owner is Prime Minister Holness? A whole political thing Andrew Holness doing now. Wholly corruption in involved in it.
However.
2 years later, on October 31st, 2022, Imperium forfeited its 99 shares and they were re-allotted to Andrew Matthew Holness, who used the same address as the Prime Minister and who, based on reporting in the public domain, appears to be his other son. Prime Minister Holness' full name is Andrew Michael Holness. Delinquency of Positive Jamaica Foundation and why Positive Jamaica had not been up to date on its filing of its 2021 annual return at the company's office of Jamaica. When 18 degrees north first checked in summer 2022, MP Williams didn't respond. He now will respond. Company's office record showed that the foundation had filed a return for that year, but it had been rejected and it's pending resubmission. Financial of the foundation, however, were up to date, right, bucking a general trend of high delinquency in filing among non-profit linked to politicians. On July 14, 2022, Positive Jamaica filed paperwork with the company's office notifying it that MP Williams had retroactively ceased being a director of the entity on December 1, 2021. The same day, Prime Minister Holness also stopped being a director of the foundation. Bangaranga, so take it away. So then, what this look like, panel, that Donovan Williams seems to be the trigger man of Andrew Holness, right? Where Andrew Holness used him, right? Where he been secretary for the company, director into the company, holding shares for people, and so forth and so forth. This really and truly is the act of corruption and money laundering. You understand, as it relates to $470 million washing through. You understand these three companies, right? Imperium, Estate Bridge, and Positive Media, right? It is. So then for Dennis Chung, you understand, to get into FID, right? And not seeing these things and seeing these things that are nothing burger. It simply means that Dennis Chung cannot be in that space. What say you on that, David?
I totally agree. Cannot be in that space. It's a web of corruption and it weaves very deep. He have them as his right-hand men.
Yes.
Basically holding shares, being secretary, and the list goes on. So I don't know. I don't see him getting this third term at all. I hope the people are listening. I hope the people are doing their own research. I hope the people are seeing what is going on. At one point in 2018, I believe, he said that he hold asset of US 28,000 between him and his family. And in 2019, that went up 5-fold to 109,000 US. Why can't he explain his wealth? Because corruption is the order of his wealth.
Yep.
Corruption about. And that is the reason why he has taken our integrity commission to the court to have illicit enrichment struck out. I believe that corruption is rife where his wealth is concerned. Why can't you explain your wealth? I don't know. The people have to go out and vote. This general election will be one for the books. This will be one for the history. And we cannot sit and let 20% decide who leads the country. We have to encourage each and everyone to go out and to vote. The vote counts. Being the polls is just a snapshot of time.
Yes.
And we see them talking about Bluedot, and I want pollster me really look up to, and that's Dan Anderson.
Yep.
They themselves too believe in Dan Anderson, but they won't give Dan Anderson the credit. In 2020, it was a Dan Anderson poll that said they were in the lead and they called the general election. So if you're in the lead and the economy is so good and everything is so good, crime is down and everything is so good, why you don't call the election? The people are ready to go to the polls. The people are ready to go to the polls. Time come and time come now. Over to you, Sir Byron.
All right, thank you. My wife just found out information that we want to share, and it's quite interesting that the Prime Minister, being the Minister of Education in 2007, do you know what year Medtech was open?
Oh, yeah.
2007.
Yeah.
2007.
So he became, it's coincidental, he became Minister of Education September 11, 2007, and medical technologies was incorporated in December 2007.
Yeah.
No.
We're not surprised. We are not surprised. Not surprised.
Remember, you know, we said here, you know. We said here, you know. ABR, your witness. That when this thing born out, it simply means that Andrew Holness may have shares in MedTech. Not so much of Claude Bruce. Right? Now, and this situation seems so, you know, suspicious. We see Donovan Williams seems to be the trigger person for Andrew Holness. You have seen it. Right? Secretary within 3 companies and director.
Yes.
Then, okay. When you look now, as it relates to Donovan Williams, why Donovan Williams would want to hold shares for Claude Bruce?
There's Joe Money is asking that question.
Why Donovan Williams would want to hold shares for Claude Bruce? Come on. Claude Bruce not that important. Claude Bruce is somebody who they are using, you understand, as it relates to MedTech, right? In, you know, running certain operational program in MedTech to disguise the real the real owner, so to speak, right? The real shareholder. But he just put there as a front person You understand, to run the operation. And that is one of the reasons why, you understand, he is allowed to do certain things and make certain purchases on the government. Because guess what? It would look too direct if you have, you understand, Andrew Holness having shares in MedTech and at the same time getting a contract from the government. You understand? That's
Yes.
direct. So then if you can use a front man to run the operation there, you understand? And then, of course, they operate as a silent partners. This is one of the reasons why I believe that the case needs to go into the court.
Yes, man.
Yeah, man. Yes, this drill thing need to go in the court. I agree. I agree completely.
Yes, I'm strongly suggesting to guards that this thing really need to go into the court so that the process of discovery, right, and where you have these silent partners holding shares, right, because Donovan Williams, again, voted for the bill as it relates to the Business Act, the Companies Act, so that if you are holding shares, right, for whosoever you are holding shares, that need to be identified. So let me ask people, if you see Donovan Williams so active in Andrew Holness shell companies, 3 or 4 of the Andrew Holness shell companies, right, Positive Media, right, Imperium, right, Estate Bridge, right, where you play active role. I know we are saying, you know, active role. Then Williams now involved in Meditech holding shares and don't want to speak the name of the shareholder. This is my subjective view. You understand?
Makes sense.
I have no evidence, people. I have no evidence. Let me say that clearly. But this is my subjective views based on the pattern, the culture of Donovan Williams being active as it relates to Andrew Holness companies. 3 of Andrew Holness companies, Donovan is secretary and plus director. Then why Donovan want to involve in MedTech for cargo? Bigger than Carl Bruce. Donovan Williams really holding the shares for, whether it is for Tufton or
Andrew.
Them call it A. Them call it funny.
Who is A?
Who is A? Them call it A. But what Andrew name start with?
A.
Mighty God.
D for devil.
Joe Money is making some
Let me hear what Joe Money say.
Statements here. It says, asks why that individual removed himself as director in 2007, the same year a silent person invested in MedTech.
But when you hear a pang around this thing?
And then he goes on to say, or she goes on to say, asked why Boban waited until 2016 to file lawsuit in August 2016 after Holness took office March 2016 when the shares were transferred from 2009. And asks why judge said it will affect public trust in A.
So honestly say, we sat in the pan that we follow the breadcrumbs.
Follow the money.
Yeah. Would affect public trust in
A.
That statement is very, very, very telling.
So your line of argument is good, Sir Byron. You're heading down a right path because it makes sense, logical.
Exactly.
Yeah, it does.
What we look for as investigator ABR and Pinks and Pastor Ricky, we look for patterns of behavior.
Yeah.
Right? It is important that investigators know the pattern of behavior. Now, when you look at Donovan Williams, right, and the pattern of behavior of him being secretary, right, for the companies that Andrew Holness own,
Director.
Director, not only secretary, no, director. Right? No, and where he now end up in medtech, right? Remember, say Donovan Williams a lawyer, you understand? Member of Parliament, you understand? Who is Carl Bruce? For Donovan Williams, I will share for you. But let me ask a question.
Good question.
You know, think that Donovan Williams would have hold some shares for Andrew Holness? For protect Andrew Holness? Since he was the secretary in Estate Bridge, you understand?
Yeah.
Since he has been active player, you understand, in some of Andrew Holness' company.
Based on the pattern, yes.
Based on the pattern? Based on the pattern in terms of what we are seeing?
Yes.
Now, of course, Christopher Tufton would want to protect that. In saying, don't pay attention to the pricing. Pay attention to the service. Because he knows that if we pay attention to the pricing, we are going to dig and get into the situation and where that secret partner who they are holding shares for and that 50,000 shares that in medtech, you understand what I'm saying? Bang around, things are going to be known. You know what? If you back down in an area,
not at all.
we don't want them to back down. We want them to carry it in a court and we forget discovery.
True.
Right? Now, Pastor Ricky, what say you on the mission?
Yeah, well, since I sat at your feet and you're teaching me to be a better investigator than I am, let me just add the piece of the puzzle to this that's going to confirm everything you're saying. What we're witnessing from the IC documents and what you lay out tonight and with MedTech and the pattern of Mr. Williams, the next piece of the puzzle is that it reveals money laundering. In layering, the second process is when the person that's involved in money laundering place money into different shell companies and place money into different people's name to hide the money. And that's, if you look up layering and the 3 steps that we talked about earlier in money laundering. So what we're seeing now is that it makes sense because a person of public interest after 2016 would not be Carl Bruce. That's a medical doctor that many people probably would never heard of, that name. A person of interest, according to what we just saw, would reveal it's A. And so A is also involved in money laundering from the IC report. So the pattern continues and the intent, the mensura, as you call it, the intent continue to put money or shares into other people's name because shares has a monetary value to it that's associated to it. And so hiding money in other people's name, we see it all over the IC report. In son them name, in businessman name, in sister name, him have money in a mother bank account name, father bank account. So it's the pattern of how the money laundering thing goes. So when you look at MedTech and the person of interest, public interest, and the relationship Donovan Williams have to A, that he's holding shares for them, it's a classic case of money laundering as well.
All right.
So Donovan Williams should resign too. He's a criminal, just like the Prime Minister.
Okay. So we heard from ABR, wonderful input, and we heard from Pastor Ricky. We are going to ask Spins to close out the show for us tonight in terms of what you have seen. But before we do that, right? Let us, before we make Spins close out, does anyone want to call in? Let us open the line for like 5-10 minutes for anyone to call in and speak to any one of us. Any questions? Call on, come on, call, man, call.
Anything on the topic?
Anything on the topic that you want to discuss, right? We are here in the space to have that discussion, right? So let us just open the phone lines for now. We have the number going across.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. All right. He was calling?
That was calling, yeah.
All right. We have someone who was calling. So let us just call about that person. For that person to engage us in our conversation. Nothing from that? Okay. Seems like no one don't want to call in tonight. So Pinks, all right. Close that out as it relates to your input on this matter.
Well, from the head of the stream is dirty.
Hold on, Pinks, hold on. We have a Marquis, speak to this caller.
Okay.
Yes, my brethren, you're a mystic sensation. Go ahead. Okay, go ahead. Let me hear you.
You have a little spirit where you have a son in the image in Montego here. They called me last week Saturday and told me that him and someone was in some conversation and get chat, but he must stop somebody or something else go on. I got down there Sunday, and when I got there, I said that some of that people go to the Seaport police station. When we reach here, they will say they don't charge me or whatever, and they might investigate. They give me a number to call the station to get further information. Mr. Mystic from that time until now, me calling the station, I don't care. They get police get the station, and nobody be calling number, to be sick, and phone do not right out to by some of that. So what the fees I should do was that situation.
Well, basically, as it relates to certain process around that, in terms of if anyone is going to be being arrested, right? That person have the right, in terms of caution, right, to get in touch with a lawyer, or have the opportunity of a phone call to speak to any person that person want to speak with. That right supposed to be given to that person, right? And I'm not saying that right did not given, right? But I'm saying that, okay, if your son is in a situation and caught up with the police and he asks for that right, I would presume that might be, if depending on the relationship between you and him, right, you will one of that person within that choice where you would call, right? And his mother, right? So based on what I'm getting, right, he has not contacted his mother either, right?
He don't have a mother, his mother.
Okay, so all right. So all right. So since you are the sole parent, it simply means that they should give him the opportunity to call you, but you haven't heard anything from him. So my recommendation to you definitely is to speak to the superintendent of the parish, right? Give your son name to the superintendent of the parish, and see if he can give you what intel. The superintendent of the parish should be able to, right, call, right, and process that information. And if he is being arrested, right, placed in custody, that superintendent should be able to give you the detailed information as a father. All right.
Yes, to find out who the
So are you can go to the station. Well, but you don't know if he's locked up into whatever particular station. So the best thing to do is to speak to.
No. Well, as I told you, I'm living in Eastern.
Yes.
Last 6 Saturday, 8 days. Last 6 Saturday, about after 1 going to 2 o'clock, and the officer called me for a time with his phone.
Okay.
Every situation, and some must come down to find out detail. The Sunday,
Okay, so hold on, Carla. Which station is this? Okay, so you know definitely that he is arrested at the Freeport police station.
Arrest now when I go on Sunday, that's the last Sunday. And go and first when I go, I never know he was at the station. I go to the hospital. When I got to the hospital, told me that he released in police custody. So I go to the nearest police station and they told send me to Freeport. I go to Freeport with that boy. Yeah, how did my here? That's my son. They told me yes. They said, what is the situation with him? They said they don't charge him. They hold him man and investigating that case of malicious intent. They said, no, because they don't charge him detail. They said, okay, how could I get in contact with you for my son's discharge?
All right, hold on there. Stop. All right, stop, Carla, because based on what you are telling me, I'm getting a different understanding. Now that you understand that he's in custody, right, but he's not being charged. Now, there's a process in law, right, as it relates to a duration time that you can hold a person in custody, right, and we are given time that you have to charge a person. So this is telling me that maybe you need a lawyer.
Okay.
Rather than going to the superintendent, I thought you didn't know where your son was. But now that you know that your son is in the Freeport police station, got in the custody of the police, but you are saying that they are saying to you that he has not charged as yet, and they are investigating whatever. So guess what? There is certain time as it relates to the law that you can hold a person for X time. Beyond that X time, you either have to charge the person or release the person. So in this case, you really need a lawyer to speak with. Right? So find out first if they released him. If he's still in custody and they have not released him, right? Then by a certain time, he should be able to be charged or released. And if they can't charge him within that time frame given by the law, right, then he should be released. And if they still hold him in custody, this is where you need a lawyer, my friend.
Okay.
Is that clear enough?
Yes, sir. Thank you for the information.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, welcome.
All right, good. All right, Spinks. All right, close it out.
Okay, what I'm saying is this. Jamaica, if the head of the stream is dirty, the entire stream is dirty. And we can see from the last year and even from before that, there were hints that the head of this government that is ruling Jamaica right now is actually dirty, corrupt, a thief, a pirate. What else do you need to ask this man to leave this office? The man has polluted the office of the Prime Minister. Every time one of his ministers does something dirty or shady, he sweeps them under the carpet inside his own office.
That was a perfect example.
Exactly. All the important agencies are inside his office, including the DPP office right now. Because according to them, according to Chuck, they had to move the DPP office into the office of the Prime Minister because there was mold in her office. How convenient.
Corruption galore.
So it's like that every week there is 2 or 3 scandals. Edward here they call us scandal bags. They need scandal bags. Then again, they need more than scandal bags. They need garbage bags. Scandal bags can't hold what they have.
Too small.
They need jumbo-sized garbage bags.
Thank you. And let me explain this to you, Jamaica. Right now, we need 47 handcuffs. So I need to ask Horace Chang, when he was importing the vehicles and the other equipment, and I'd like to ask Andrew Holness, when he was importing all these things that would make our borders safe, according to him, to help us feel secure, did he import any handcuffs? They're building new jails and new prisons and new police stations. Did they import any handcuffs?
All right.
Because we're going to need handcuffs at Garden House.
49.
49 of them.
Yeah.
Here you go.
That's all I have to say.
All right.
Over to Sir Byron.
Blessings. Well, yes, go ahead.
Before you go any further regarding the what the caller just called about. So in Jamaica, a person can be held in custody without being charged for a maximum of 48 hours.
Yes.
This time frame is for the authorities to consider whether bail should be granted and to deal with administrative matters related to the arrest. If a person is not charged within this 48-hour period, they must be released unconditionally.
Okay.
So information is at people's fingertips. You just need to type and the information is there.
Yes.
So nobody should not be contemplating what their rights are in today's age with technology at your fingertips.
Okay, so for the caller who called us, right, I hope that answered you in terms of what I was saying, that he's supposed to, if they hold him for a period of time, right, when it reached to a certain particular time, they should have released him, either charge him or released him, right? And wife will confirm that. So we want to say big thanks to, the panel, right, poor panel as usual, right, putting their input and, analyzing the data, right, as possible. I want to say big thanks to ABR, big thanks to Pinks, big thanks to Pastor Ricky, and big thanks to the subscribers, right? Big thanks to, right, all Jamaicans and other listeners who are listening to us and continue.
And Lady Anne-Marie always chipping in too, so you can't leave her.
Yes. Pastor Ricky has set me up tonight, All right.
Female Lady Anne-Marie.
All right. So there we have it, folks. Right. That's the end of Mystic Sensation. And remember, let me tell you before we go, people, tune in to Ratigan tomorrow because bombshell information that Ratigan is investigating relating to the drill. Remember, people, tune in for that.
And the invoice.
You want to hear that.
Yes.
Amen. Amen.
You know that people are fretting up because this is a channel worm. And trust me, it is a loose thread that we are pulling on, and several things are unfolding. So tune in to Ratigan tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yes, Pastor Ricky. Go ahead.
Yeah, and everybody, please sign the Magnitsky Act that Sir Ratigan has circulating to hold government accountable for human rights breaches and corruption and criminality. And last point, anybody say that anybody in the ears to the party them are the same, run them.
Run them.
Because all over TikTok and Pinks and ABR, we all are on TikTok every day and we hear people talk about, the two party them. Listen, the level of criminality we are seeing and corruption, this new government that is about to come in, it's unfair to them. Current leader Mark Golding never held the reign of government. Stacey Knight never held a Raymond Price, Dr. Dawes, Isaac Buchanan, you name them.
Alan Bernard. Alan Bernard.
Alan Bernard. Right. So when I said two parties are the same, shame on them because give the people them a chance, wait till them come in a government. Then, if you identify anything on them, you hold them accountable.
True.
Exactly.
Talk about the two parties, them are the same. When these brand new set of comrades under the leadership of comrade leader Mark Golding, we don't have nothing upon them, so I'm not going to talk about the two parties, them are the same. Shame on them.
Amen.
hear it, man.
And please remember, guys, to like, share, and subscribe to the channels. The social media warriors are out there putting in the work. Want to play with a part. We're not coming here begging anybody any money. We're not, trying to sweeping off on the feet just to get money from you guys. But it takes a lot of work and time and energy. We have other engagements doing too. We have our families too. And just to leave a like and share on the videos, then please like and share out the movement. Please to subscribe to the channel. Big up to Mystic Sensation. Big up to everybody on the panel. And everybody will tune in, the silent watchers. Big up on yourself. Much respect. Have a blessed night.
All right.
All right, good night.
All right, blessings.
Good night, everyone. Safe travel and travel and one love.
All right.
All right.
Bye-bye.